Odium Origins, a Dead Saga novella, Part 1. Written by Claire C. Riley. Narrated by Jack Wallen, Jr. The Street Rat. 1. Bitch, I will not ask you again. Where the fuck is it?
I roll my eyes and fold my arms across my heavy chest, making sure my breasts squeeze up to the top of my small tank top like two plump peaches. Vinny's eyes flit to them, and then back to my face, his mouth sneering at me.
That shit ain't gonna work with me this time, Crunch.
Vinny shakes his head.
You really fucked up this time.
He almost sounds sorry for me. Almost. Somewhere along the line I know I've messed up with him, kinda like I've messed up everything else. Only this time, I fucked up big time. I knew it when I was doing it, but when you have a bag of rocks in front of you, what's a girl to do? I hardened my face even more, unwilling to let the little dipshit see how much I'm sweating it. 'Cause I am. I'm sweating it real bad. I know I'm going to be lucky to make it out of this predicament any time soon. And then what? What's Mom and Pop's going to do then? Look, I return the gear with interest. Tell Andre to keep his shit together. No need to start freaking out on me. A deal came up that couldn't be missed. An opportunity for us all to make some extra money. I shrug like it's no big deal. Vinny watches me, waiting for any little hint that I might be lying to him. I definitely have his interest now, even if I am bullshitting him. He huffs and looks to the floor, thinking about my deal. Looking up at me through his dirty hair, he asks,
So, who was the buyer?
I pause before replying. Don't worry yourself over that. I got it covered. I wave him away with a smirk and some swagger. Fucked if I can think up someone's name that quick. Vinny catches my eye, and in that moment we both know I'm lying. And we both know that he knows. The only question is what he's going to do with the information. He looks cornered, unsure almost. He doesn't like this part of the job. He's told me that before. But a job it is, and there's no way he'll trade my life for his. The night is closing in on us, the moon shining brighter than it has in weeks. In this fog-covered town, we don't get to see an awful lot of the pretty stars that come out at night. But the moon we do see. It's nearly full, and I wonder if I'll make it until the next full one, or if I even care. I always promised myself I'd get out of this shithole and see the stars up close. Maybe this, death, will be my chance.
You have until tomorrow night. After that, I can't cover for you any more. He'll be coming for you, and I'll be with him. Don't make me do this.
He turns to walk away, and without looking back he adds,
My ass is on the line here, Crunch. As far as I'm concerned, I didn't see you tonight.
I watch Vinny walk away, the gravel crunching under his heavy boots. A long time ago we had a thing. It was good, too. But then they say never to mix business with pleasure. I pull a joint from my back pocket and light it up, taking a long hit and holding it in for as long as I can, feeling the heaviness of it settle on me before letting it out slowly. The fog covers me. Weed mixed with crack. This shit is good. I can tell why people become addicted. Lucky for me, I don't have that type of personality. That and my parents being fuck-ups with shit like this is enough to keep me real when I feel the urge to splurge. I crush the joint underfoot. I don't want it anymore. I walk away, checking every now and then over my shoulder to make sure Vinny is actually letting me walk away tonight and isn't pulling some sort of stunt on me. I'm glad. Fuck, It's not like I'm not glad. It's just I thought this was it, the end. I'd built this up in my head, and now I have another day to try and figure this shit out. Can this shit be figured out? I shake my head and walk back to my car. It's a short journey to Shittsville, and Mom and Pops are in. They have no clue that I'm home as usual. Not that it really matters. I'm a big girl now. I have been for a long time, and they haven't cared for just as long, possibly longer. I head straight to my room, pulling out the bag of rocks from under my mattress. Real fucking inventive hiding place. I laugh to myself. Hell, it's not like I'm some big drug dealer and I've had lessons on how and where to stash gear. I gaze down at the rocks. Evil fucking shit that it is. Yeah, I'm a bad girl, but I wasn't always. Life bred me this way. Or should I say 2 fucked up parents with addiction problems did. I look around my room. Old photos of friends and family. A special one of me and Pops that even now makes me smile. Posters of punk rock bands, all my awards and scholarship shit. My way out of here and to med school are still stuck there with drying out blue tack. Such a fucking waste. I know it. My friends know it, and my parents know it. When they're lucid enough, anyway. Everyone knows it. I shrug to myself and stuff the gear back under my bed. It doesn't fucking matter now. This is my hand, and I'll deal with what I've been dealt. One day, this will all be a memory. Surely one day my Pops will love me again, and we can leave this shithole behind. I head to the kitchen, passing the smoke-filled living room, and check in on the 2 junkies smoking with Mom and Pops. Pops nods his hello at me, and I flash a quick smile. It's cool that he's aware I'm here for once. I look over and see Mom slumped in the corner, spittle dribbling from her mouth. I huff and continue to the kitchen. I grab a beer and down it in one gulp, my thoughts going back to my little problem and what the fuck I'm gonna do about it. I could give the shit up, but then what was the point in stealing it in the first place? I wanted it off the streets and away from junkies, and it is. If I give it up now, Andre will fuck me up anyway, and it will all have been for nothing. Shit, I'm damned if I do, and damned if I don't. I need to get out of here. I head for the door, hearing Pop shouting at one of the other dudes, and I stick my head back in. You took it. I know you did, and now I'm gonna fuck you up, boy. Pop's eyes are wild as he stands toe-to-toe with one of the junkies. I've seen the little skinny guy around here before, but can't remember his name. He's just rat-faced to me, because, you know, he looks like a rat. I chuckle to myself. Dwayne, man, I didn't touch it. It was the bitch. I saw her. Pop cranes his head back, and I look away, but hear the sound of his head crashing into the other guy's skull, shortly followed by a grunt and a thump. Yeah, just like that. I look back and see blood pouring down Pops's face and the junkie on the floor out cold. I couldn't give a rat's ass about Ratface, but my Pops is another matter. Fuck, Pops. There goes my evening. 2. You gotta control your temper. I huff, threading the needle through his skin. He grunts but doesn't reply. He knows I'm right, but he's too high right now to care. When he comes down and the pain hits home, he'll be all rainbows and puppy dogs. You could have killed him, Pops. You know these young junkies don't have what it takes to... I know. Just fix me up and you can get on your way. He interrupts with a grumble. The junkie is propped against the wall, unconscious but alive. He's gonna wake up with a serious come-down later, though, and probably won't realize why he has a deep cut across his face held together by medical tape. Hell, he probably won't care either, which is why I didn't bother to stitch it for him. I'm not always going to be here to fix you up. I have a life, you know. I tie off the end of the suture and look at him. His once handsome face is now ravaged by the drugs. His complexion is washed out, graying like he's fucking dying in front of me. I guess he is. Shit. Yeah, he has been for years now. He smiles at me, and I can't help but smile back. I'm sorry, Pumpkin. He looks down, shame washing over his features. I'm sorry for it all. I know I've made a mess of everything. My throat closes up and I swallow, willing the tears not to come. It's not often that he's this aware, like my pops. It's times like this, when he seems like he still loves me, like I'm his baby girl, that I'm glad I stick around. There have been so many times that I've wanted to run away from this life, to start somewhere fresh before it's too late for me. But there are too many skeletons in my closet now. Plus, every now and then, he can still be the nice him again. He can still be my pops, the lovable man who used to rock me to sleep. In this moment we're father and daughter. I'm a kid and he's my gentle giant, the man I look up to, the man whose shoulders I ride on, whose arms I run to when the boys tease me, who looks for the monsters under my bed. A groan breaks the moment, and we both look toward my mom. She sits up, wiping the spittle from her chin, her hair a mess and her eyes bleary. "Baby, you've got it for me." She struggles to her knees. Pops heads toward her without another word for me. "Sure, baby. I'm coming." It's always her. She always comes before me. I stand with a snarl, leave my first aid kit on the floor, and storm out the house, slamming the door as hard as I can on my way. They can both fucking rot. I hook up with my buddy Damien later on at Bill's Bar and Grill. He knows the shit is going down, but he doesn't care. We get smashed, drinking shot after shot of tequila until we run out of money and Bill kicks us out. We wander around looking for stores to steal alcohol from, or at least someone we can score some weed off, but it looks like everyone is avoiding us. Or me. More than likely just me. Damien couldn't give a shit about that, though, and that's what I love about the big goofball. With my bleached blonde trashy bob, nose piercing, and less than prom-perfect look of leather-studded jacket and ripped-up jeans, I'm not everybody's favorite good-time girl. But Big Damo never gives a shit. He ain't no college quarterback himself, though. Big, black, and strong as an ox, but with no education and an addiction to rival my parents. We're a fucked-up match. We sit down on a park bench and he pulls out the last of his weed, rolls a big joint, and lights it up. "So what are you gonna do, baby girl?" He passes it over to me and I shrug, a little stunned that he's even brought it up, since that isn't his normal style. He continues. "You fucked up big time, huh?" I take a hit and nod, not looking at him. "So we gots to clear this shit up, girl. You know Andre will kill you if you don't give him his gear back." I roll my eyes. "Yes, Grandma." I laugh and punch him in the arm, trying to lighten the mood. What the hell will my parents do without me to take care of them? They'll be dead within the year. Mom I couldn't give a shit about. She set this chain of events in motion. But Pops? Shit, I can't leave him. He laughs too, but he's right and I know it. I'm a dead girl walking. "You got any cash on you?" I ask. "Nope. My money don't come through till Tuesday." He looks at me with a mischievous grin.
What are you thinking?
Come on. We both stand, a little unsteady after the weed and still drunk from the tequila. We need some cash. I need to get some cash, and quick, if I'm going to save myself and my family in the long run.
Get the hell out of here.
We both laugh and crash through the doorway, knocking over some shelves of snacks as we do. My feet pound the pavement, my breath loud in my ears. In, out, in, out, in, out. Damien turns and looks back at me, his face fucking happier than a kid at a circus. He loves this shit. Thieving, drinking, smoking, screwing. He lives for it. Not much else to live for when your only family is an 80-year-old grandmother who can't see and can barely hear. He loves the old bitch, though, even if she hates him. I stuff the wad of stolen cash in my pocket. It isn't nearly enough to pay Andre with, but it's a start. A can of something flies past my head, just missing me, and I turn to see the store owner throwing canned goods at us. I laugh harder and stop to pick up one of the now disowned cans. A can of dog food. I turn and throw it back, hitting him square in the chest. He cries out and slumps to the floor. Fucker doesn't know who he's messing with. I turn and run again, quickly catching up to Damien.
What the fuck was that about?
He pants out. Fucker threw dog food at me. Do I look like a fucking dog to you? I grumble, my feet never slowing down. Well, not until I think we're far enough away. We slip into a side alley and stop to catch our breath. Damien's more tired than me, but then again, he's bigger than me. I lean back and close my eyes, waiting until my heartbeat slows down before I speak.
You get much?
He asks. Not much, but it's a start.
So, we keep going then.
He states rather than asks. I look up at the small, beaten-up mall in front of us. In this neighborhood, it's mainly run-down shops or small kiosks. Most of the larger stores are closed down, but you never know when you're going to get lucky. I grab his hand and drag him toward it. Come on then, dude. Inside is as sucky as the outside, but it's definitely on the up and up. Shit, there's even a security guard. He watches us as we make our way around the place, scouting out stores and basically getting ourselves shooed out of each one of them for looking like the shady clientele we are. We're about to give up and head somewhere else when we pass a dirty sex shop. It looks like a sexed-up version of Victoria's Secret, with sex toys and more suspenders and crotchless panties than you can shake a stick at. I grab his hand and pull him inside. No one bats an eye at us. They all seem more preoccupied by their own dirty little secrets than what we're up to. And as we make our way around the store, we begin to stuff our pockets with things. I start out small. Some skimpy thongs, negligee pieces that fold up small. I can't even sell this crap, but that's all by the by now. I catch Damien's eyes and nod toward the door. He smirks and we head for the exit. Mr. G.I. Joe's security man stands in our way, stopping us from leaving.
Can you come this way, sir? Miss?
I look at Damien and then back to the big security guard, wondering if I could dodge past him and get away, but I know I'm not leaving Damien behind. We haven't done anything, I plead, only half-heartedly.
Ma'am, this way, please.
He raises an eyebrow at me.
And you, sir?
This is harassment, I spit out, trying to contain a giggle as he guides us to a back room. Damien looks as surprised as me that he got called sir. Inside, he shuts the door and asks us to empty our pockets. I roll my eyes and begin to pull everything out. I look across to Damien, knowing that he has some shit on him, and wondering why he's looking as shy as a girl on date night. G.I. Joe feels the same.
Sir, can you empty your pockets, please? I don't have to do shit. You don't have a search warrant."
Damien bellows and folds his arms across his broad chest. "Dude, just empty your pockets," I snap. The alcohol and weed are wearing off, and I'm on a come down from hell. Shouting sounds out from the other side of the door, and we all pause. But when it stops and there's no more noise, I nudge Damien again. He rolls his eyes and begins to empty his pockets, placing everything on the table in front of us. Underwear that would shock a hooker, anal beads, lube. I smirk, but then he reaches down the back of his pants and pulls out a dildo. A large black dildo. My eyes pop, and I look from G.I. Joe to Damien and burst out laughing. "What the fuck is that?" I clutch my sides, giggling. Even G.I. Joe looks amused. Damien, however, looks embarrassed. He holds it firmly in his grasp, like a small child with a giant ice cream cone, and shrugs. A scream sounds out, followed by another, and there's something in the scream that makes us all more than pause. Joe looks toward the door, and then back to us.
"Wait here."
I hold up my hands. "Not going out there, that's for fucking sure." I try to joke, but the sounds coming from the store are anything but funny. The security guard goes out the door, locking it behind him as he leaves, and Damien and I stand and stare at it, listening to more and more screams breaking out, banging and shouting, and finally a gun going off. There's a thump on the door, and growling, and it sounds like there's a pack of rabid dogs on the other side of it. When blood seeps from underneath it, Damien grabs a chair and wedges it up against the door handle to be sure it can't be opened. Then we both back up, looking around us for a way out, but knowing that we're trapped in a dead-end room. "Shit," I whisper.
"Shit indeed,"
Damien replies.
3.
The noises have been going on for what seems like hours. The pool of blood continues to seep from under the door, growing larger, and the thumping and screaming are endless. I climb under the table and cover my ears with my hands, needing the sounds to stop. This is worse than being in a crack house on a come-down, and I've been in one of those. It's called home, and it ain't pretty. I know how this shit plays out. I close my eyes, squeezing them shut, welcoming the dark. I hum to myself to block out the rest, a tune my pops used to sing to me by Johnny Cash. Hurt. Most people preferred the 9 Inch Nails version, but not me. Johnny Cash is one of my heroes. That man sings to my soul. Kinda like my pops used to. I think sadly.
"Crunch! Wake up, bitch!"
I feel something hard hit my ribs and open my eyes, seeing Damien's big black face looming down on me, and one of his big meaty fingers poking me in the side. I jump, confused and frightened, and bump my head against the underside of the table. "Fuck!"
"Shh!"
Damien's hand reaches over and covers my mouth.
"It's finally gone quiet."
I nod an okay and he removes his hand, and I crawl out from under the table. He looks frightened, like maybe he's even been crying. "What happened?" My eyes fall to the floor, specifically to the blood patch seeping underneath the door.
"No fucking clue, but all the screaming and shouting stopped a little while ago."
If a black guy can look pale, that's how he looks. I've seen him looking slightly green coming down from some pills, and I've seen him tripping his socks off and looking all red and flustered. But I never thought I would see him looking white. Well, okay, it's more of a gray color if I'm being totally honest. Dude ain't ever gonna be looking like Casper the Friendly Ghost. But he's still pale as shit. I creep over to the door, pressing my ear against it. Silence slinks through the wood. Solid, hollow, echoing silence.
"Crunch!"
I jump, squealing, and then I jump back when something thumps on the other side of the door. A shadow falls underneath it, and we both step back as one.
"Shit, bitch. What's going on?"
I shake my head but don't say anything. My stomach has hit the floor. I've had this feeling before, the feeling that something has been forever changed. The last time I had it, I came home from school and found my mom passed out on the sofa, a needle hanging out of her arm, and the local dealer fucking her. As a young girl with a scholarship and a future at med school in the cards, I was clueless as to what was happening, but I knew that things wouldn't ever be the same again. And I was right. Just like I know I'm right now. We sit there waiting, hoping our security guard will come back any minute and take us away to prison. But as the hours tick by, it becomes less and less likely that it's going to happen. We've got to get out of here. I stand and look around us, staring up at the ceiling. Dude, give me a boost. Damien comes up behind me and lifts me to his shoulders, and I manage to push out one of the ceiling panels and peer up inside. I can't get a good look around. Even Damien's not tall enough to get me high enough for that. But it seems doable. Water and electricity pipes cover the floor, with panels of wood covering some of them like a pathway, and it all seems sturdy enough to hold our weight. "Okay, put me down," I whisper. Damien lowers me back down and looks me in the eyes, his face hopeful, his hands rubbed together nervously, sweat trickling from his brow. "Well?" "Yeah, I think we can get out through there." I pause and watch as another shadow passes under the door. A funky smell is beginning to fester from the other side, and I grimace as I get a strong whiff of it, glancing at Damien to see him making a similar face. Yeah, it's time we got out of here, I think. I have no idea what's going on, or what to expect if we get out of this room. But we can't just stay here forever, and I need to go check on my family, specifically Pops. We stack some chairs on top of the table and I climb up, pushing the ceiling panel out of the way and pull myself up and inside. I'm quite fit thanks to running drug errands for my Pops, and my upper body strength is better still from training with his weapons collection. Long before Pops became a crackhead in the name of love, he was a clever man. A university teacher no less, specializing in historical weapons. He was a real history buff, and we actually had enough money around the house for him to build himself quite a collection. Like really expensive shit. Granted, some of it was stolen, but I'm more than sure he bought some of it with his paycheck. The only time he ever spent money on himself was for those damn weapons, and so far, even through the blur of his addictions, he still has every one of those damn things. He still tells me I have to know how to use every one of them, especially the cookery knives. They're his favorites for some reason. Yet another mystery. I don't know why it's so important to him. Perhaps the crack is boiling his brain cells. Damien stuffs the stolen gear back in his pockets, even going so far as to shove the dildo down the back of his pants again, before he climbs on top of the chairs and pulls himself up with ease, his height giving him an advantage, but his weight hindering him some. I raise an eyebrow at him, and he shrugs. "Still need some cash, right?" That's the least of our problems right now. We crawl along the narrow space, trying to avoid pipes that have hot water running through them. I lead the way, stopping after a couple of right turns. I move the ceiling panel out of the way and look down, feeling frozen to my very core. Blood, guts, bones, and flesh are splayed around the small electronics store, covering game consoles and comic books. The owner is leaning over the countertop, looking mighty pissed off at his destroyed store. Or at least he would be if he wasn't being eaten. I stare at the scene before me, watching as 3 men dig their hands into holes in the guy's body, pulling out chunks of flesh and organs, and then shoving them right into their greedy, waiting mouths with a growl. I retch, the feeling coming from the bottom of my stomach and not stopping until the vomit leaves my mouth, spraying out in chunks and landing with an unceremonious splat on the carpet below. The people look up from the man's body, and it's then that I see their faces, torn up with chunks missing, whole fucking portions of their faces gone. I retch again, but with an empty stomach, nothing more than liquid comes up. Their eyes look up, and with angry growls they come toward me. I slide the panel back in place and continue crawling, quicker than before. "Move, move, move," I whisper.
"Don't need to tell me twice, bitch."
We shuffle forward, leaving the hungry growls behind us.
"What the fuck was that all about?"
Damien whispers to me with what sounds like a sob. What was it? That was zombies is what it was. But that's impossible, right? I mean, that's the stuff of comic books and movies, not real life. I have no idea, I reply, lying through my teeth. We reach another ceiling panel, and I slip my fingers underneath and pull it up, peeking down below. It's a laundromat. But this place isn't going to be getting anything clean anytime soon. Those dead things are shuffling around, looking just as fucking nasty as in the other store. Maybe even worse. Or maybe these ones are just a little closer, and I can see even more of them. Oh, yay. I roll my eyes, sick of this shit already. It's just one fucking drama after another in my life, and what now? A fucking apocalypse. The place stinks. The smell almost palpable in my mouth.
"Move, bitch."
Damien whispers and pushes my skinny ass. I slide the panel back in place, gagging at the smell once more, and move forward. I turn back around at the sound of him sobbing again. "Shut the fuck up, dude." His big brown eyes look at me, tears spilling down his smooth cheeks.
"I'm sorry. It's just—"
"I know. It's okay." I turn back around and keep on crawling. I have no idea where these tunnels lead or if they're going to get us the hell out of here. But I don't know what else to do. A creak behind me makes me turn again, and I glance back in time to see Damien look like a rabbit in fucking headlights right before he falls through the ceiling and into the laundromat below. "Crunch!" he screams. A loud thump below signals his landing, and I shuffle around in the tight spot to go back for him. I look down to him below. He looks frightened, the whites of his eyes shining bright as he struggles to get to his feet. But one of his legs is bent at an awkward angle, and he isn't going to be walking any time soon.
"Crunch!"
He looks around him in a panic.
"Crunch, help me!"
he sobs. The torn-up people are moving toward him, letting out throaty growls and groans. And all I can do is watch. He pulls out the big black dildo from his pocket, and as the zombie or whatever they are gets too close, he begins to beat it over the head with it, using such force that the large implement breaks the zombie's skin and sends blood arcing from its face. He pounds it over and over again with the dildo until the black is smothered in red. The zombie even seems to be slowing down as Damien screams and begs for me to help him. But what can I do? More of the things are coming, and as the first one gets to him and bites down on one of his thick forearms, he screams like a bitch, and I cry. I don't remember the last time I cried, but I know I'll never forget this. As they surround him and he gargles blood, his hand finally letting go of the dildo, I make the sign of the cross and put the ceiling panel back in place. I can't do anything for him now, but maybe if I can get out of here I can get help. The police, the army, fuck, I don't know. Someone must be able to help, though. I crawl until my knees feel red and raw, and I finally see light, like real daylight. I reach the end of the crawl space and kick out the vent. It falls to the ground, clattering on the pavement and echoing down the alley. But there's no one around. I slide out and drop to the ground, realizing that this is pretty much where we were standing earlier today. I need to check on my parents. Not that they would ever care about me, but I'm not them, and I do give a shit. I slam into the front door, fumbling with my key, my breath burning in my throat, and chance a quick glance behind me. The zombies are coming. 4 or 5 of them have been following me for a while, alerting more and more to my presence, sniffing me out like I'm a fucking T-bone steak. My key slips into the lock and I open it and slam it back closed behind me. "Pops!" I run through the house calling his name, but only find blood. Even Mom isn't here, or the usual junkies that normally hang around. I check the stash in his room and see that it's gone, realizing with horror that they left me. I knew they would. I guess my heart just didn't believe it. How could he leave me? Pops has always loved her more than me, even though she single-handedly destroyed our family and my future. It was always her. I sob, choking up on the thought of being alone. How many times have I prayed to get away from them, and here it is. They're gone. I don't have to feel the guilt anymore for leaving, because they left me. Because he, my Pops, left me. I take a shuddering breath and release it slowly, ignoring the thumping from the front door, knowing it's the zombies. Plan, I need a plan. I look around, seeing his prized fucking weapons. He's taken some of them, but my favorites are still here. Maybe he didn't completely abandon me. Maybe somewhere deep down he still had some thought for me before he left with her. I shake my head, angry at myself for thinking that way. I have to get a grip. They left me because I mean nothing to them. I've never meant anything to anyone, and now I'm alone. I grab a backpack, the one he makes me use to do his drug runs, and fill it up with clothes and weapons, hoodies, socks, and my cookery knives. That's all I need right now. I've learned to survive on little to no food since we never had any food in the house, and I know how to scavenge. I'm not wasting space in my pack for that. I do, however, run through to the front room and grab my first aid kit, which is still splayed all over the floor. I scoop it all up and put it in my backpack, grabbing a couple of lighters that are lying around as I do. Never know when these will come in handy. Anger and resentment burn in me. They left me. He left me. I grab the dirty dishes from the kitchen side and smash them to the floor with a guttural scream, tears pouring down my face. I make a promise to myself that I will never come second to anyone ever again. It's just me now. Fuck everybody else. I look out the back window and see our next-door neighbors in their yard. Fuckers were always complaining about the noise coming from our house. People coming around all night and day to score. They used to say that we brought down the neighborhood, and they weren't wrong. But they never tried to help me, even when they could see I was just a little girl being dragged down into hell by parents who didn't care enough to put food in the cupboards for their daughter. I scream again, self-pitying rage burning through me. Yet more people who didn't help me, who didn't choose me. To see them now in several pieces splattered across their back lawn, a hand by the rose bushes, a leg by their little pond. I don't feel any grief for them. In fact, I feel positively happy that I won't have to kill them for their ride. I open the back door, sliding open the top bolt as quietly as possible, and slip out, hopping across their little fence and trying their back door. It's open and I go inside, not worrying about getting arrested for breaking and entering, since the cops are going to be more worried about the dead bodies walking around than a little car crime. I check the kitchen drawers for the keys and come up short, but finally find them hanging by the garage door. I go into the garage and climb inside their old Buick. It's cream-colored and old as shit, but looks pristine. Seems like they love this thing, and I can't wait to drive it flat out, hearing the engine race and knowing that if Mr. Taylor could see me driving the shit out of it, the old guy would bust a nut. I hit the remote for the garage door. I'm not even sure if it works, but I'm thankful when it does. I know ours hasn't worked in God knows how long. It creeps up slowly, making little to no noise, just like it should if you take good care of it. I pull out of the garage, seeing the zombies everywhere. Now that they've heard the engine, they're attracted to the noise and are coming for me, leaving my front doorstep and heading through our overgrown yard, past my old tire swing. A memory breaks free, and I see myself as a child once more, playing on that tire swing and asking Pops to push me higher. But when I turned around, he'd gone back inside to her. He left me outside to fend for myself, but I was too little to fend for myself against the big and bad of the world. I was too little to stop the boys who pulled up in the car and took me behind the garage cans at the side of my house and touched me in places that they shouldn't. I was too young and too little, and he was nowhere to be seen again. I sobbed loudly, feeling broken and exhausted, feeling something snap inside me. My Pops is no hero. He's as big of a monster as everyone else in this world. This life has just been constant pain and rejection. I think of Johnny Cash and the lyrics to the song Hurt. I focus on the pain, the only thing that's real. I have to hold on to this pain. I can't forget it, because I can't forgive him for this. Never again. I hate him, and I hate every fucker in this world who has ever left me behind. I rev the engine, say goodbye to my little street, my home, and this life, and floor it out of here.
4.
It's weeks later before I have an actual conversation with another person. I try to avoid other people as much as possible. It seems safer that way, for them and for me. I feel forever changed, not just by the world going to shit, but by something much deeper. After some of the stuff I witnessed on my travels, I wonder who is actually worse, humans or zombies. Sure, the zombies are eating people alive, but the humans, shit, we've turned on each other more and more as our numbers have dwindled. I sleep in the car, ready to go at a moment's notice, and go I have had to fucking do at times. Being woken up by the half-eaten face of a young child head-butting your window makes you appreciate the little things in life. I've lost even more weight, but that's okay. I'm used to being hungry. However, it's the loneliness that's driving me nuts. I miss interacting with others. I miss Damien. I even miss my Pops from time to time, despite my anger toward him, but I cling to my childhood memories like they're the very breath that I breathe, and remind myself what a shitty parent he was so I can keep my hatred for him burning bright. I'm never desperate enough to miss my mom, though. I daydream a lot, wondering what's happening in the world. I scroll through every radio dial every night, checking all the channels and hearing nothing but fuzz coming through the waves. No music, no talking, nothing. Fucking end of days is here, and it's lonely. The Buick is doing good, but I'm constantly on the move, and filling up for gas is scary fucking business. So I try to stick to the small, out-of-town garages, ones away from large towns and even larger populations. I pull the car into a little garage on a small dusty road. No other cars are around, and I pull in and check the nozzle. Gas pumps out of it right away, and I'm thankful that someone was a lazy fucker and left the pumps on. I stick the nozzle in the Buick and listen as it guzzles up everything I give it. I'm nearly out of all the supplies I've managed to pick up along the way, so I decide to go inside and check for food once the car is filled. I'm not sure how many weeks it's been now, but pickings are getting slimmer as the days go by. Maybe things are still stocked up in the major supermarkets, but I'm not risking going into one of them. I know I'm going to have to go house to house soon enough, but that means going near civilization. Something I don't want to do. It hasn't worked out well for me any other time. I reach into the Buick, grab my cookeries, and head to the doors. They're open, which isn't just a relief but also surprising. Every time I've had to stop somewhere like this, I've found the doors locked. I look around me again, pull the door open, and go inside. I can't smell the distinctive scent of the dead, and for that I'm grateful too. This is one of the easiest stops I've had. I check the store carefully, and when I know it's clear of zombies, I check the shelves for things I can take. There's not much left, but it's not completely cleared out, and I fill my backpack with cans of fruit and packages of cookies, shoving one in my mouth as I go around. I check behind the counter to see if there are any weapons left there, and find none, but I snag a couple of lighters and some cigarettes. Even a small bottle of scotch is under the counter. I unscrew the lid and take a swig. It's been weeks? Months? Fucked if I know how long it's been since I had a drink or any weed, and though the cravings have passed, I'm still a little angsty over it from time to time. If there was ever a time for a stiff drink, this is it. The scotch burns as it goes down, and I wince and screw the lid back on, feeling happier than a pig in shit for a change. I look out to the front lot as a guy comes pounding across it. He's really sweaty, like he's been running for miles, and I move from behind the counter with my cookeries in hand, checking behind him in case there are zombies following. I go outside and watch as he stops by my car and begins to inspect it. I've tried to avoid other people, but I'm not about to sit idly by and let someone steal my ride. "That's mine." The guy turns to me, a little surprised from the look on his handsome face. Sweat drips down his forehead, and there's a damp patch in the middle of his T-shirt, but he has a clean-shaven head, so no sweaty hair. He looks at my weapons, and then back to me. "Just looking is all." He backs away as I come forward, a grin on his face even though he looks exhausted. "Well, don't. It's not yours to look at." I narrow my eyes at him. He glances behind him and back to me, worry finally crossing his features. "Look, I'm being chased by some people who you really don't want to mess with, so either let's both get the hell out of here in your car, or let me get on my way. But whatever you do, you need to decide like right fucking now." I look behind him, down the dusty road I had driven up, but I can't see anything. Regardless, I believe him. He's too serious looking for me not to. "Run along, then," I say, going closer with caution. I've seen people kill others for less than a car, and I'm not about to take any risks on some complete stranger being chased by lunatics. He looks surprised. "Really? You're just going to leave me out here?" I nod. "Can I have one of those knives, then?" "No." I laugh nastily. "So you don't care that I could be eaten alive or gutted like a pig by the people chasing me?" he asks, incredulous. "No." I look down the road the way he had come, finally seeing a trace of something in the distance. "Why would I?" Because we're human beings, and that's what we do. We give a shit." He splutters. I shrug. "Not me." "Really?" He scratches his head and then looks back and sees what I see. "Shit." He looks back to me. "Better fucking go then, huh?" "Yep." I move closer to my car. "Mind moving out of my way?" I gesture with one of my cookeries to the left. "Can't I just hitch a lift? I mean, these guys—" "No! Now move!" I interrupt. He moves out of the way. "Fuck you!" He spits, literally spits at the ground in front of me, and takes off behind the garage and into the trees. I watch for a minute, feeling torn, but I can't take any chances. I don't know him, and I don't want to get mixed up in whatever he's involved in. I climb into my car and pull out with the wheel spin, heading off as quickly as I can away from whatever trouble he's bringing with him. I dine on cookies and canned fruit, thankful that I stole a can opener from an earlier scavenging trip. I feel full, maybe even sated. As much as this life is scary, it also brings with it something that I've never had before, something that I've been yearning for my whole life. Freedom. I don't blame my parents for fucking up their lives, but I do blame them for contributing to fucking up mine. I'm a hard-faced people-hater by nature now, never trusting or caring, and only thinking of me. And that's down to them, what they brought into my home as a child. Maybe the end of the world could mean a new life for me. I'm lonely. Perhaps I've always been lonely, just wanting to be loved by anyone. Of course, finding someone in this shithole world will be hard enough, but maybe I can build a new me to go with my new life. I decided to piss in the bushes and settle down for the night. It all seems like too much deep thinking for my liking right now. I'm used to thinking on my feet, but thinking about the future is something strange to me. Hell, I never thought I would have one. It's probably only 6 o'clock, but I've been up since before 5. You never know what the night will bring, and my body is tired and aching. I pack everything away and stash it all in my car before heading into the bushes and pulling down my pants. When I come back out, I flinch. The dude from earlier is leaning on my car with a cocky grin. My eyes flit to my knives in his hands. "What the fuck do you want?" I ask in my best tough girl voice. So much for trying to change who I am. He laughs. "Well, I did want to hitch a ride. Now, I'm thinking I might just have your ride." He stares me down, his dark brown eyes boring into mine, his jaw clenching and unclenching in that menacing way that only men seem to be able to pull off. I swear guys must have been taken aside in gym class and taught that shit. I could charge at him and hope he doesn't know how to handle himself, but chances are, if he's survived this long, he does. I back away. Fine. Take it all. I sound like a defeatist, but I don't want to die today. I keep backing away, never turning my back to him, lest he stab me with my own knife. "Thanks, little lady." He sniggers. I raise an eyebrow. "Do I look like a fucking lady to you?" He tuts. "Not with a smart mouth like that, you don't." I stop walking away. "At least give me a weapon." "Like you did for me." He raises an eyebrow. I look away. "I guess I deserved that." "I could have fucking died out there, you know." He looks pissed off now, like I should give a shit about him. "Why's that my problem?" I snort. "I'm not your mama." "What is wrong with people? We need to help each other if we're going to survive." He snaps, his voice raising. "Everyone out for themselves." He huffs and pushes away from the Buick. "We need to help each other if we're going to survive whatever this is." I hold my hands up. "All right, I hear you. Let's all sit around and sing Kumbaya and get along. Whatever, man. Just don't take my stuff." It's my turn to huff now. "Please?" I mumble. I look up at him when he doesn't say anything. He's staring at me again, his eyes looking softer than before. "I'm not going to steal your stuff, but the next time you think about leaving someone for dead, remember this. Remember that I didn't screw you over, okay?" Okay, sorry, Grandma." I laugh, and then think of Damien, my thoughts turning somber. It's Mikey, by the way. I watch him walk away, and then follow after him. "Hey, dude. Mikey. Don't go." God, I've enjoyed talking to someone. "You hungry?" He turns to look at me, already grinning that handsome smile of his. I'm a man. I'm always hungry. I feed him the rest of my stash, and we make small talk about mundane bullshit, neither of us bothering to trade stories. It's the same old shit anyway, and it doesn't really matter what happened or how it happened. The fact is, it did happen. Anyway, I'm trying to look at the glass as half full. At least Andre didn't put a bullet in me. It's getting late, and I'm ready to get some sleep. I'm not sure what we're going to do about sleeping arrangements. I don't really know him well enough to let him sleep in the car, but then again, I can't let him just sleep out here. Anything could stumble upon him in the night, and the last thing I want to do is wake up in the morning to a dead body. Or worse, a hot-looking zombie looking to eat me out, and for all the wrong fucking reasons. So, I'm going to get some sleep. I decided to just put it all out there. Do you want to sleep in the car, or do you have somewhere you can go? Is that an invite? Crank? He smirks. It's crunch. Like, I'll crunch your nuts up with my knee if you come anywhere near me? I smirk back. A little harsh, I feel, but hint taken. That wasn't a hint. That was a real-time big fucking answer for you. I laugh, poking the fire with a stick. Look, you're more than welcome if you want to. If not, then whatever. I lock the doors when I sleep, so you have until I pack everything up to decide. And with that, I start putting everything back away for the second time tonight, my stomach doing flips for some annoying reason. Is it because I want him to stay, or because I'm worried what might happen if he does? Fuck knows. I climb into my Buick and Mikey gets in the passenger side. I turn to look at him, still feeling uncertain, but my gut tells me he isn't an asshole. I've known my fair share of assholes, and he doesn't fit the bill at all. Sure, he's a badass, that much is obvious, but there's a softer side to him, too. Hell, I bet I could kick his ass if I needed to. What's so funny? He asks. Damn, I hadn't even realized I was smiling. You better not fucking snore or I'm kicking you to the curb. I lock the doors and pin some old blankets up against the closest windows to block Annie from looking in at me, and then I shuffle down in my seat, pulling the blanket up to my chin. I lie in silence, waiting for sleep to come and claim me. My body is exhausted, but my mind is racing. It's been too long since I've spent this much time with someone, even longer since I've slept next to someone, especially while not stoned or drunk. I listen intently for his breathing to go shallow, so I'll know he's asleep. But after what feels like an hour, although in reality it's probably only 5 minutes, I turn to look at him. His eyes are closed, but I know he's awake. That stupid fucking grin gives it away. I look away and close my eyes again, but after 10 minutes more I'm still not sleepy. I fidget this way and that, trying to find a comfy spot. I don't normally have this problem. Usually I'm down for the count. I huff. What's up? Can't sleep, I mumble. Me neither, he replies. Silence fills the vehicle again, both of us lost in our own thoughts. I think about what he said earlier, about next time someone needs help, to help them. The concept seems foreign to me. In my world, it's everybody out for themselves. I'm not used to being around people like you, I say. Like me? He asks, and I turn to look at him. Like nice people who give a shit. He frowns and looks away. Who says I'm a nice person? I do, I say without skipping a beat. You could have fucked me over, but you didn't, even after I left you for dead. I look out of my window, watching the sun set. I'm sorry about that, by the way. I was an asshole to you, and I could have got you killed. I'm just not used to nice people. After a couple of minutes of silence, I look back at him. The car's gotten darker in the minutes that I've been looking outside, and his face is covered in shadows. I'm not a nice person. I've done bad things. Things I regret. Things I'm ashamed of. He says darkly. I ponder that for a minute. It doesn't matter. You're still a nice person. You could have left me out here to die. Most people would have, but you didn't. Like I said, I've done bad things before. I'm trying to atone for them, or something like that. We stare at each other for a long time in silence, and I feel a strange stirring inside me. Micah brings something out of me that I didn't think I'd get back, and maybe I wouldn't if he'd chosen to leave me for dead. But he didn't. He chose me. You'll have to tell me about it sometime, I say. He laughs dryly. Trust me, you don't want to hear about it. I do, actually, so feel free to unload on me whenever you want. I smile. Mikey's serious face cracks and he laughs, starting with a low rumble and breaking into a full-grown belly laugh. What? I ask, pissed off and thinking he's making fun of me. I can unload on you any time, huh? He laughs again as the realization of what I said hits me. I don't mean like that, you pervert. I shout and punch him in the arm. Well, let me know if you change your mind, sweet thing. My eyes go wide. Did you just call me sweet thing? It's my turn to laugh now. If that's what it takes, he says, all serious now. He stares at me for a long minute before I look away. Sweet thing, I mutter, closing my eyes. The car falls into silence again, and I finally fall asleep, looking into his eyes. 5. You got it? Mikey shouts over to me. I nod a yes and stab the zombie in the head again, just to be sure. Always best to be sure. I learned the hard way on that one. If I was ever squeamish about this shit, that ship has long since sailed. If anything, I find it a little fascinating these days, the way the blood is blackened and congealed, yet the brain is still idling. I guess that's the wannabe doctor in me. Not for the first time in the last 6 months, I think of my parents. Well, I think of my pops, more precisely. My mom can go rot for all I care. Even though he left me for dead, I hope he's alive somewhere. I guess in a way I hope Mama's alive too. If she isn't, then Pops will probably have given up and be rotting away somewhere. That, or he'll be one of these things. Crunch, it's fucking dead. Again, he adds. What are you staring at? I look up at Mikey, just wondering what makes them, I don't know, tick. Who cares? He shrugs. I do, I guess. I shrug too and stand up. I mean, is it a disease or what? What does it matter? It matters because... My words trail off when I see his bored expression. Dude has no time for any of the technical stuff. Like a true macho man, he sees it, he kills it, he moves on. No discussion, no thought process. Like a fucking caveman. Look, we're alive. They're dead. We need to kill them before they kill us. It's simple. Don't overthink it. He looks serious for a change. I can't figure you out. 1 minute you're tough and the next you're soft. I can't figure out who's protecting who. I pause, letting his words sink in. Normally, I'd come back with some smart-ass remark, but my heart isn't in it today. Let's get going. I walk away with a huff. "I'm sorry if that offends you," he calls after me. I turn back around and see another zombie coming out from behind some trees. "Move out of the way!" I shout, unnecessarily since the zombie isn't close enough to actually hurt him. Mikey steps out of my way regardless, and I charge at the zombie, remembering all the times Pops had gotten me to train and use these weapons. I'm not just a street rat. I'm a motherfucking warrior child. I jump up into the air and bring down both my kukris on either side of the zombie's neck, landing with a soft thud in a crouching position. The head falls from the zombie's shoulders and rolls over to Mikey's feet, the eyes still blinking up at him. "Does that answer your question?" I snap and walk away again. "Fuck me," he mumbles. We keep going through the woods, checking the traps we've previously set, until we finally get to one with a rabbit caught in it. Mikey grips its little neck and twists, making sure the thing is dead, and then unhooks its foot and picks up its lifeless body. "Dinner time," he laughs, all previous conversation forgotten. I laugh too. I'm fucking starving, and it's been too long since we caught and ate something other than berries and fucking dried out crackers. Most times when we catch an animal, a zombie gets it before us. We keep walking deeper into the forest, and I know that today we ventured further inland than we normally do. I've been trying to convince him to go into a town so we can go house to house for food. But in true Mikey style, he doesn't listen to me. He says it's not worth it, but my brain tells me he's still hiding from whoever's chasing him. Regardless, I do trust him, when it comes to shit like this anyway. Or maybe I just don't want to be on my own in this. I have to admit it's easier with a partner. It always was in my old life of stealing and dealing, and nothing has changed in this new life. Mikey falls into step beside me. He doesn't say anything, but I know he wants to. I think he's been building up to ask me something for a while, but with his questions, he knows my own will come. I glance over at him, the rabbit slung over one shoulder, his face covered in a rough 3-week-old beard. "What are you looking at?" He turns and smiles. "I'm a handsome guy, right? You know, I'm a free man these days, if you're interested." I stop and look at him before bursting out laughing. He looks offended, but I don't care. "Fucking real romantic, man." He keeps on walking. "Well, you know where I am if you get desperate." He makes weird quote marks with his fingers and storms off. I try to compose myself and jog after him, still giggling. Sorry, it's just, I don't think I'm your type, and I ain't ever gonna be someone's second choice." I refrain from laughing again to show him I'm being serious for a change. "Why wouldn't you be my type?" he asks in confusion. I look at him with a grin. "Mikey, we're from different worlds, certainly different sides of the tracks." He puts a hand on my arm and we stop walking. He looks at me, even more serious. "You'd be surprised where I'm from. You might come across as the big tough girl, which I do not doubt, but I'm very much from the same side of the tracks as you." "Really?" I look doubtful. "Really," he replies. "So you're telling me that you didn't grow up with both parents working 9-to-5 jobs, get your college education, and get a nice cushy job before all this?" He looks at the ground and then back up at me. "I'm telling you that before all this, I was as much a criminal as you were. Our crimes were just very different." He looks away, breathing out heavily, as if the next part is hard to say. "Look, I'm more ashamed of what happened after all this started than what happened before. But I have to live with that. I got dealt a hand and—" "You're working with it." I finish for him. He shrugs and smiles. "Yeah, basically. I'm just saying that I'm not the all-American guy you seem to think I am." I never thought that for a minute. I snark and push him away, wanting to lighten the mood from this serious tone. He pushes me with a laugh and I stagger backwards. Don't make me get my cookeries out on you. He laughs back and makes a come hither signal, like he's fucking Neo from the Matrix. I warned you, Mikey. I pulled my knives out and charge him, not intending to hurt him. Well, not too much anyway, just enough to teach him a lesson. He sweeps his leg out in an attempt to trip me, but I jump over it and elbow him in the ribs. He shouts out.
That was an inspiring section. Let's now take a small interlude, a moment to rest, recharge, and get ready for more insightful discoveries. Thank you for watching this video and being part of the journey.
Oh baby, baby, could you let me know I'm on your mind? A girl like me is hard to find. Oh baby, don't hold back tonight, tonight. I know that baby, how your body feels right next to mine. All I wanna do is waste my time with you every single night. Alright, yeah. I love it, baby. Oh, you drive me crazy. I'll give it, baby.
Out and grips me around the waist, swinging me around and slamming me into the ground. I cry out and grab for his ankle, but he moves before I can connect and climbs on top of me, pinning my arms to the damp ground. I kick out at him, laughing and shouting at the same time, and then he leans down and kisses me hard, surprising us both. I pause for a split second, looking into his rugged face, his wonky grin, and deep brown eyes before I start kissing him back. He releases my hands, freeing them to move to his back, where I pull him closer to me. I claw at his clothes, heat building in my stomach and moving south with every stroke of his tongue. How long has it been since I had sex? Fuck, I can't even remember. The last time I was high and had no clue what was going on. This is the cleanest and clearest I've been in years. I push at him, rolling him onto his back and straddling his waist as his hands move to my breasts and squeeze roughly. The pain is good, satisfying almost, and I hiss and move a hand to his jeans, unbuttoning them. God, I want him. A hunger builds in me, a feeling that if I don't have him inside me now, the moment might be lost forever. My eyes check around us, seeing nothing but trees and soil as I slink down his body, ridding him of his jeans and boxers. I stand up, stripping out of my skin-tight ripped jeans and panties, and slowly lower myself down on top of him, letting him fill me up. His hands clamor for my breasts, pulling my shirt over my head as I move slowly on him, gradually increasing my movements until it's rough and hard, almost painful, as I move on him harder and harder. This isn't just sex. This is raw, unadulterated fucking. His hands grab my ass, moving me faster and faster on him until it's him doing nearly all the work and not me, until I feel the tension building in my lower stomach, gradually increasing, and a rush of heat floods my body as I cry out. He continues to move my sated body on him, my hands clawing at his chest until he finally reaches his own climax and lets out a growl of satisfaction. I lean over him, panting, my breasts heavy on his chest and sore from his groping. I look up at him through my lashes. He's staring at me with a big pie-eating grin on his face. Will you stop that? I whisper, still a little out of breath. I'm not doing anything. He smirks. I sit up and look around for my shirt. Seeing it, I grab it and slip it back on. Yeah, you are. You're grinning at me. He laughs, putting his arms behind his head like it's Sunday and he's about to have an afternoon nap. I knew you'd like me. I groan and stand up, feeling his warmth moving down my leg. Gross. I do not like you. I used you. There's a difference. I grab the rest of my clothes and put them back on. He gets up and pulls his own clothes back on, and we continue moving through the forest. The spring in his step is hard to ignore, so I decide to address the issue. So, how about we use each other some more? I ask nervously. He looks at me seriously. You'll have to give me a couple of minutes, but sure. He smiles. I punch him in the arm. Not now, you fucking freak. I laugh. Crunch! Mikey pulls open the car door. You've got to come and see this. I rub the sleep from my eyes, unsure of what time it is, but it's still dark out, the sun barely showing through the trees. I estimate around 5 a.m. What the fuck are you doing up this early? I throw back my blanket and grab my knives. He looks shy, blushing a little. It suits his skin tone, which is normally a light golden sand color. I was going to make you breakfast. It's my turn to blush now, but I cover it up with some swagger. Aw, aren't you sweet? You must be falling for me. I laugh. I just know how to treat a lady. He runs a hand over his beard. Shit, I forgot. You aren't a lady, are you? He chuckles. I raise an eyebrow. Don't you forget it. I lock the car, feeling uncomfortable with him thinking of me as anything less than a lady. Not that I'd let him know that, but it still hurts. So what the fuck did you wake me for anyway? He grabs my hand and drags me through the woods, talking as he does. So I was looking for something to eat, woke up starving, and couldn't wait. So I'm doing my usual rounds through the woods, checking the traps and shit, and I come to this. He stops and points to a small clearing between the trees. I step into the clearing and gasp. What the fuck is this? No idea, but I think that there are people up there. He whispers. It's early, and I'm guessing that if there is anyone up there, they're asleep. It's hard to describe what I see. It's hard to fucking comprehend. But built into the trees are what can only be described as tree houses, large ones and really high up. Between each hut there's a pathway with ropes and wooden slats, though from down here I can't quite grasp it properly. That's fucking amazing. 6. What should we do? I ask. I want to go up there, but we don't know if these people, if there are indeed any people, are the friendly type or the chop you into bits type. I reckon we go up. Just go up? I splutter with a sarcastic mimic of his voice. Yeah, fuck it. Mikey moves to the bottom of the wooden ladder that leads to the top of the structure. I want to see what it's like up there, don't you? They could fuck us up, Mikey. They could try. He smirks and starts to climb. True, I laugh. In fairness, he's as badass as any action hero movie star with that machete he carries around with him, and I know that I can handle myself with my knives. I follow up behind, both of us trying to keep as quiet as possible so as not to alert anyone to our presence. When we reach the top, we're greeted with beautiful views over a lake on one side and the trees on the other. In a couple of years, this place will be all but invisible. A life suddenly opens up in front of me. A life where I'm not living out of my car. Well, my neighbor's car, but also one where I don't have to sleep with one eye open. And I have a man by my side. Someone who actually gives a shit about me. As I'm about to tell Mikey that I'm staying here no matter what it takes, a man comes out of one of the little huts. He stretches and rubs a hand through his hair. He's medium build and height, and I figure I can take him down if need be. He looks over and sees us and freezes.
Hi?
He waves and offers a small, desperate smile, his face paling when he sees our weapons.
How many more of you are there here?
Mikey asks, not wasting any time. He draws his machete, and I watch the guy look like he's about to vomit.
Just me,
he whispers, holding his hands up in front of him.
I don't want any trouble. You can take whatever you want, but I don't have much.
He shrugs.
We don't want any trouble either,
Mikey replies, looking back at me. We're just looking for somewhere safe to stay, I say. This guy seems harmless, and if he's not lying to us about being on his own, then I guess we can all get along nicely.
You can stay here. No problem at all. I'm Duncan.
He lowers his hands, coming closer and holding one out in front of him instead. He seems nervous, and I don't blame him. I guess we do look a little crazy with our knives drawn. I put my knives away and Mikey does the same, taking Duncan's hand.
Nice to meet you. I'm Mikey. This is Crunch.
Duncan looks at me and goes to say something, but Mikey interrupts.
Don't ask her about the name. She'll only give you a smart-ass remark.
True, I quip with a snort. Duncan nods, a smile crossing his face.
Crunch, Mikey, welcome to Ravendale Outdoor Activity Center. And my home. And yours if you want it to be.
He laughs.
Well, mine and Britta's. She's another woman staying here with me. She's still sleeping, but she'll be happy to see more people for sure.
I raise an eyebrow at him. Thought you said you were on your own.
Yeah. It's just me and Britta. Sorry.
He shrugs.
This is our home, and we protect each other and it. But like I said, you can stay. It can be your home too.
He smiles. I look around me, a flutter in my stomach. Home.
The Coward. 1. The first year is always the hardest for a new business. That's what they say anyway. Who says it anyway? The start your new business books I read before building this place? My accountant? My bank manager? Yeah, they all say it. Well, I'm coming up to 9 months, and I'm still rolling further into the red with no clear exit strategy in sight. None of them tell you how to stop the bills from coming in, do they? None of them give you any help when it gets tough. Certainly not the bank. No, they just want your monthly repayments, regardless of the personal cost to myself or my fledgling business. I sigh and put my head in my hands. I have to make this work. I've put everything into it, every last cent that was left to me in my mother's will. If this place doesn't start making a profit in the next couple of months, I'm screwed. This place will close, and I'll have nothing to show for it but a stack of debts a mile high. What a great homage to my mom that will be. I tap away at the calculator, but no matter which way I add up the numbers, they always come out negative. Cooking the books. That's what they'll call this. That's what I feel like doing. Cooking them. Burning this whole damn place down and walking away with the insurance money. I shake my head. This was supposed to be my dream, and now I hate it with every bone in my body. If I could go back and not build it, I would. Pulling my hands through my hair, I stare down at the negative numbers on each page, the bills taunting me, and I grab a stack of papers and throw them against the wall. Maybe I can sell this place. Though who would want to buy something that's sinking quicker than the Titanic? An idiot, that's who. Just like the idiot who thought it up in the first place. I look up at the sound of footsteps running down the hallway, followed by a sharp knock on my office door. "What?" I shout. The door opens, and Sunil, my Saturday helper, comes in. He looks worried, pale, and sweaty. Jesus, that's just what I need. A stomach bug or whatever going around and infecting all the customers. Great advertisement. I'm sure they'll be happy to write me a great review on it. "What's up, Sunil?" I stand up and walk around the table, finger pointing at him. "Are you coming down with something? Because you look sick, and I don't want you making any of the visitors sick." "No, sir. There's been an incident." An incident? What kind of incident? I snap and push past him, starting down the hallway before realizing that I don't know where this supposed incident is. "Well, get on with it. Take me to whatever mess I need to sort out now." He looks guilty and steps past me, picking up the pace as we near the outside. I feel even worse now. It's not the poor kid's fault I'm in over my head, but still. He's here, and I can't hold my temper right now. As we get outside, I see a commotion over by the canoes. Some of the women from FedEx, here on a team-building exercise, are there and looking worried, and I jog over with a shake of my head. As I get closer, I can see there's crying and all sorts of drama going on. But then again, I know how emotional women can get. "All right, what's going on, ladies?" I push between them, wishing Sunil had warned me to bring the first aid kit since I can see some blood on the ground. The women finally move out of the way, and I stop in my tracks. There's more than a little blood. One of the women looks like someone tried to gut her. A large hole and a red pool of blood are where her stomach should be. She's unconscious, and I kneel down and check her pulse, putting my face to her mouth to listen and feel for her breath. It's there, but it's weak. Shit. What the hell happened here? I shout and look around at the other women. I notice that one of them has what looks like a bite mark on her shoulder. She's shaking and crying, but I need to prioritize my first aid. "Sunil, come and help me get her inside. Someone get to the office and call 911. God knows how long they'll take to get here." I point to the woman with the bite mark. "You, come with us inside." I grab the unconscious woman's arms, and Sunil grabs her legs, and we start to carry her inside, leaving a trail of blood behind us. "Her name's Halima," sobs the one with the weird bite mark, clutching at her shoulder. "It was some freak on the other side of the lake." I turn to look at her as we carry her back into the hub and down the hall to the medic's room. There's blood on her shirt, but she seems to have stopped bleeding now, thankfully. We place Halima on the cot. "It was a person who did this?" I ask in confusion and press a large dressing onto Halima's stomach wound, feeling it damp and warm under my fingertips. It's not as bad as I first thought, but I still don't have the training for this. I can do first aid, but this is more than just your basic first aid. And as it turns red with her blood, I realize a dressing isn't going to do anything for her. She nods, and fresh tears fall from her eyes. "We'd just paddled across and were pulling the canoes up onto the bank, ready to do the treasure hunt for the team challenge, when two guys came out of the woods. I thought they were with the center at first, you know, like your employees or something. But when they came closer, I could tell they were sick. Halima tried to help them. Amy told her not to." She whimpers. "But she didn't listen. She kept asking them what was wrong, what had happened, and when she got too close, they lunged for her." She sobs harder. Blood is spilling from the wound in Halima's stomach now and dripping onto the floor. She seems to be getting worse, and I become conscious that in my panic I've moved her when I should have left her where she was. She coughs, blood splattering up from the back of her throat and falling around her mouth and chin. Her breathing is getting worse. I can almost hear the blood being sucked down into her lungs, the deep crackle of it as it gets stuck every time she takes a breath. I see there are other bites on her arms and legs, now that I'm actually looking closer. But they seem superficial in comparison to her stomach. I'm lucky her insides didn't tumble out of the hole. Shit, shit, shit. Sickness swarms me at that thought. Grab some towels, Sunil, come on, I shout. She's going to die right here in front of me, and I really will be totally screwed. Burn this place down? Ha! I'll end up in prison for letting an accident like this occur. But this wasn't an accident. Someone did this on purpose. I grimace. She coughs again, the blood spraying up into my face, and I flinch and pull away from her, letting go of the dressing I was holding. Sunil's hands rush to grab it, keeping the pressure on the wound. "Do something," he says calmly, looking up at me. I feel dizzy, lightheaded, and sick. My vision is tunneling to her blood-soaked face, and I look at Sunil, and then back down to her repeatedly. Her breathing sounds more like oil in a deep fryer now, bubbling in her chest and spitting back up her throat. What can I do about that? "Duncan, do something," he says again more urgently, his eyes as wide and fearful as I assume mine are. She suddenly coughs, and then stops. Her body falls silent and limp on the bed. Nausea crashes down on me, my ears ringing. She just died right here in front of me. That really is the end of this place. A nightmare ending for a nightmare 9 months. My hand covers my mouth. "Duncan!" Sunil shouts. "Check her pulse, damn it!" I jump and check her pulse, but feel nothing. No. I whisper and put my ear to her mouth, praying to hear just a faint breath, something, anything. But what I hear is nothing. Silence. She's dead. I grip the edge of the bed, my eyes going wide. "Quickly, Sunil. Quickly." Quickly what? What can he do? What can I do? I start to perform CPR, pressing down on her chest, but every time I press, fresh blood sprays out around Sunil's hands, which are now wrist-deep in blood and still desperately holding the dressing over the hole in her stomach. The other woman is crying now, sensing my panic. All our efforts are wasted, though. There's no saving this woman. I can only pray now that they catch the guys who did this to her. I probably added to her death because I moved her, but that might be overshadowed if they catch them. I stand back up, dazed. Jesus, who would do this? "Do something! Save her!" The woman with the bite mark is hitting my back and arms. "Don't stop!" she screams. "Don't stop!" Sunil stands up, staring down at his blood-covered hands, looking even more dazed than I feel. We look at each other, both ignoring the woman going crazy behind me. She hits me a final time and storms out of the room in tears, running down the hallway and screaming for help. I'm not God. What does she expect me to do? I look at the blood dripping off the edge of the bed and onto the floor, a large puddle forming underneath. A man did this? That can't be right. She has to be confused. How could a man do this? But the bite mark on her shoulder didn't look like an animal bite. It looked human. I look down at my own hands, still gripping the edge of the bed and stained pink with blood, before a movement catches my eye. Her hand. Jesus, her hand moved. "Sunil," I whisper and point to her hand as it twitches again. She's alive. Relief washes over me, though I know she's not anywhere close to being okay. We both move closer, holding our breath. I put my ear close to her mouth and tell Sunil to shush so I can listen, though he hasn't said anything. The other stupid woman is still wailing like a banshee outside and making it difficult to hear anything properly. And I strain and listen harder as I get closer to her face, her lips brushing my earlobe almost immediately. I take another deep breath, and after nearly a full minute of listening, I still can't hear anything, so I pull away and take her wrist in my hand. "Well?" he asks. I don't feel anything, though. Nothing, not even a weak pulse. But her fingers are twitching. I lean over and put my fingers to her neck, kicking myself for not checking there first, considering that's where it would be strongest. I press harder. Come on, I mutter. Her eyelids flicker, and both Sunil and I gasp as they open. They're cloudy, not the dark brown I think they should be. I step back as she pins me with her gaze and growls, her eyes flicking between Sunil and me. "Halima?" I ask quietly. Something is wrong, other than the huge gaping hole in her stomach and the massive blood loss. "Sunil, keep that pressure on," I order, but I don't think it's actually helping in any way. I reach for her throat again to check her pulse. She seems quite alert, considering I think she just had a near-death experience. "I'm just checking your pulse, sweetheart. You don't need to worry. Just try and stay awake for me. An ambulance is on its way." My hand touches her throat. Her skin is cold to the touch, and I know I should expect that, but I'm still shocked by it. She reaches up unexpectedly and grabs my shirt, pulling me down to her now snapping jaws. I shout loudly and try to bat her off me, but damn, she's strong. "Sunil!" I shout again. He comes around to my side of the bed and pulls her hands free from me, her nails digging into my skin and drawing blood as he breaks her grip. "Get something to hold her down with," he shouts as he uses his shoulder and hands to pin her to the bed. She flips herself wildly on the bed like a fish out of water as she tries to shake him off. I can't move as I watch it all unfold, knowing that this is something else. This is very, very wrong. I want to tell him to let go, and we'll run and lock her in here until the doctors arrive. But I can't find my voice. My throat feels closed up and suddenly too dry. She cranes her head forward, her teeth millimeters from his ear, as he shouts to me again. "Duncan, help me! Get something to hold her with, damn it!" He turns his face and gets a little too close, her teeth finally making contact with the flesh of his face, and she bites down. She growls and shakes her head from side to side like a rabid dog, and the sound of tearing flesh is unmistakable as Sunil screams and pulls his face free from her jaws. Blood sprays across Halima's face, which only excites her more, and she growls louder and reaches for him again. His hands grab at his face as he stumbles toward me, and I stagger backwards, moving toward the door and away from the crazy scene unfolding in front of me. Halima sits up, her cloudy eyes tracking him across the room as she pushes her body to the edge of the cot and then falls to the floor. Her body slaps the hard tiles with a splash in the blood pool around the bed, which explodes and sprays up around us like it's raining blood. She pulls herself upwards, and Sunil runs to me crying and shouting, blood pumping between his fingers. But I can't hear him. The sound of ringing is deafening in my ears. She stands and comes toward us in slow, lurchy movements, and I grab Sunil and pull him in front of me like a human shield. He doesn't even realize I'm doing it. He's so panicked. Hell, do I even realize I'm doing it? I look at Halima's angry, hate-filled face. Yeah, I do. Halima continues to stumble forward, her arms reaching for us, foggy eyes focused solely on Sunil, who's shaking, his whole body trembling as I hold him in front of me. She growls and coughs again, and as more blood spews from her mouth, I push Sunil forward and into her deathly grip as I run for the door, hearing him screaming loudly behind me. 2. My feet pound down the hallway, and I don't stop as I pass the rest of my employees running to the medic's room, even when they try to ask me what's going on. Sunil's screams are still echoing loudly behind me. Duncan, where are you going? Andrew, one of the full-time instructors, grabs my arm as I try to pass. I shrug him off and keep running without answering. Thoughts of his resume running through my mind. Andrew Collins, 34, married with 2 children, both girls, and a third on the way. His hobbies are his Xbox, rappelling, and mountain biking. Duncan! He shouts after me again. Where are you going? I ignore him, running for the door. I have to get out of here. I hit the outside and slam the door shut behind me as the sounds of more screaming reverberate down the hallway, reaching all the way outside. I press my back against the glass and close my eyes, letting the sounds deafen me. It was me or them, wasn't it? A cough makes me open my eyes. The woman with the shoulder bite is lying on her side. She's not looking at me, but focusing on the blood being expelled from her lungs as she coughs and hacks it up. She groans and clutches her sides, retching loudly and sobbing between each fresh burst of coughing. Whatever happened to Halima is happening to her. I can tell by the blood and the crackly breathing coming from her lungs. Even from this distance, I can hear it. She's going to change and be like that thing Halima turned into, and I'm out here with her. Fear trembles through me. I scan the area around us, seeing no one but her and me, hearing nothing but her coughing, spluttering, and whimpering, and of course the screaming from inside the hub. My hands shake as I pick up one of the canoe paddles and walk toward her. Her eyes look up to me pleadingly, but I can see they are already starting to cloud over. I don't feel well. She sobs and coughs again, blood splattering the ground as she bends over on hands and knees. As she bows, I see another bite mark on the back of her neck, blood soaked down the back of her shirt. It looks deep. So deep I think I'd probably be able to see bone and muscle if it weren't for all the blood. You'll be okay. It'll all be okay. I swallow down the bile in my throat. There are more of them. She coughs again. More? I whisper, looking around but seeing nothing. She nods. More. She coughs more blood up and sobs loudly. I don't feel well. I know you don't, sweetheart. I swing back with the oar and catch her in the back of the head. Something cracks, and for a second I think it might be the oar. But when her body drops to the ground, unmoving, I know it was her. Her head, skull, whatever. I just killed someone. I retch and drop the paddle, my hands trembling as I continue to stare at the blood that pools around her body. I look around me and see that I'm still alone. The screaming from inside is still loud enough to hear, but it won't be long before whatever's in there makes it out here. I need to contain this, whatever it is. I turn and run back to the hub door and with shaking hands, I lock it and step away. Now what? I whisper to myself. An ambulance should be on its way soon, but there's no way they're going to be able to save any of these people. This is a virus, a contamination of some sort, and I need to try and stop it before it gets anywhere else, infects anyone else. I need to end this now, before it goes too far. I need to eliminate the infected by whatever means necessary. That's the lie I tell myself anyway, as I run for the storage shed at the back of the building. I know exactly what I'm going to do and where I can go afterwards until this thing blows over. Hell, I'm going to make this work to my benefit. The insurance payout on this will be huge. I can almost see the headlines now. Disgruntled FedEx employee attacks and kills co-workers in mass murder rampage, then sets fire to building. Yeah, this is going to work. After all, that's basically what just happened. I just need to make sure that no one who saw me running from the scene survives. Shouldn't be too hard, considering what I just saw Halima do to Sunil. I can't imagine anyone could survive that. Plus, I just locked them all in there with her. My thoughts stray back to Sunil, his face as she tore into him and ripped a chunk of flesh away, the arc of blood and the screaming. Jesus Christ, I'll never get that sound to go away for as long as I live. But hell, at least I won't be bankrupt. I unlock the storage shed and pull out a gas can, my old climbing gear that I started this place out with, and a couple of the older sleeping bags. They're full of mildew, and the better ones are inside. But this will still work as a cover story. I don't intend on sleeping in them anyway. I head to the back entrance of the hub, unlock the door, and sneak in. No one will have a clue that this was all my doing. I'll be over at the aerial extreme, preparing for a campout. I might even get a payout from FedEx for one of their employees destroying my business. I smile, feeling a glimmer of hope that this will solve all my problems. Of course, I'm saddened that so many people have had to die, but there's nothing I could do to save them. This isn't my fault. Anyone would have tried to turn this into a positive. Anyone. My mom used to say that you should always look at life with the glass half full, turning negatives into positives. And that's all I'm doing. Just trying to turn my fortunes around and making all these deaths mean something. I creep down the hallway, the sound of crying and coughing coming from the medic's room. At least there's no more screaming. I swallow down the football-sized lump in my throat, a chill working its way up and down my spine. I head for the dorm rooms. They're right at the end of this hallway, and there's no way out from there. If I set the fire there, it should spread quickly, because of all the wooden bunks, and block off the back exit, leaving nothing and no one to chance. My stomach claws at me, my conscience telling me that this is wrong, but I ignore it and press on, knowing that I've come too far to stop now. The female dorms are past the canteen and to the right, and I head there first, intending on starting the fire before running to the men's dorms and doing the same. I should be able to get out the back door before anyone realizes what's happening. That's if anyone is left. We only have 2 groups here this week. The female FedEx workers and a mixed group of males and females from some new energy-saving firm in a small town on the other side of the lake. They should all be in here now. My stomach twists again, my mouth feeling full of water and ready to spill my guts up. I make it to the women's dorms and look inside, glad there's no one there. I take a deep breath, building myself up to do this. Once I start, there's no turning back. I hear a scream and running footsteps, and I drop the can and duck into a side door, peeking around as a blonde woman runs around the corner and into the dorm room. She slams the door behind her, and I wait a couple of minutes before stepping out and picking the gas can back up. Shit. Male dorms it is then, I think, as I make my way down the other corridor. Shouting and more running stop me in my tracks as I hear several people coming in my direction. I dive into another side room, peering around the door frame and watching as 5 or 6 people, men and women, head past the gym and toward the male dorms. Damn it. Now what? Groaning follows them, and a minute or two later, some of the sick people lurch past, leaving a trail of blood behind them. I duck back inside the room, deciding to wait it out. You know what? Maybe I don't need to set fire to this place. Maybe they'll all kill each other anyway, and I can take the companies to court for something. I don't know what, but there must be something I can get out of this, some way to turn this around in my favor. Sweat pours down my face. I can't believe how bad this day has turned out to be. 1 minute sinking in debt, the next a mass murder of all of my guests. I shake my head, running my hands through my hair. I give it a half an hour and peek back out, seeing and hearing nothing, and then make my way to the exit. The blood on the floors and walls is enough to tell me that my plan isn't worth it. Time to move on to plan B. I get to the back door, nearly bumping into one of those things, and slip back out, locking it behind me. I head out into the woods, grab the old sleeping bags and harnesses, and head for the aerial extreme. I'll wait it out there until the police and ambulance come. After all, I did tell someone to call them, but it wasn't actually me who made the call, so there's still the whole plausible deniability factor. I feel like a coward, but to hell with it. At least I'm alive. It's a 20-minute walk through the trees to the aerial extreme, and I climb up with the equipment I brought with me and set about making some of the beds. I need to make sure this looks as realistic as possible. I play out the conversation in my head. I heard the sirens, officer. That's the first I knew about it. I was setting up the next sleepover in the aerial extreme section. No one came to get me, and it's so far out that I didn't hear anything else. No, officer, I didn't see anything either. No idea what happened. I do know that we had several complaints from some of the guests about one employee. Halima, I think her name was. She hadn't been getting along with some of the others. She seemed quite disgruntled to me. Pause for thoughtful look from police officer. So how long do you think it will be before I can reopen? What's that? You think it will be months for the investigation to finish? Well, I better call my insurance company. I'm trying to run a business, and this could ruin my reputation. Yeah, this could still work. 3. Muttering interrupts my thoughts, and I look down to see a woman walking with a compass. She pulls a map from her back pocket and checks the directions, heading toward the hub. God damn it. Why can't I catch a break? I climb down as quickly as I can. Not an easy task, considering how high up I am, and run to catch up to her. Excuse me. Hey, you there. I shout over to her, and she turns with a smile. Yes? What are you doing out here? I recognize her as one of the guests, one of the FedEx group, now that I think about it. Her English isn't that good. I think she's from Germany originally, but I could be wrong. I was on a scavenging mission. She laughs with a shrug. My team leader said we all needed to go find certain colored flags from the forest. They sent me to the lake to get the red one. She holds it up with a smile. I think that I am very late with it.
But I cannot make a head or a tail of this compass.
She smiles again, her cheeks flushing in embarrassment. I stare at her for a minute before replying. It's heads or tails.
Sorry?
She looks even more confused. The saying. It's not a head or a tail of it. It's heads or tails of it. She cocks her head to one side, still looking puzzled, but smiling nonetheless.
I think the center is just over there, no?
No. I nod. I mean, yes it is.
Thank you. Don't tell anyone that I cheated, please.
She grins and starts to leave. I watch her walk away, wondering what to do. I can't let her go over there. She'll let those things out and end up getting herself eaten. Worse still, she could get me eaten. I swallow hard, realizing for probably the first time what these thoughts mean. This could be it. The end of the world as we know it. Or it could be just an isolated incident, the other part of me says. In my heart I know, though, and I run after her. If this is the end, insurance money won't mean a thing. Hell, there won't be any insurance company to get money from anyway. The police certainly won't be coming any time soon. Wait! Don't go over there. I catch up to her, putting a hand on her shoulder to stop her.
What is it? Are you going to rat me out?
She looks amused until she sees my grim expression. You can't go over there. Something's happened. I pause, unsure of what else to say. What can I say?
What do you mean? What has happened?
She looks toward the hub.
Is everything okay?
I shake my head. I don't know how to explain it. I shrug. I think that they're dead. I swallow again, the lump in my throat feeling larger and harder than before.
Dead?
She swivels from looking toward the hub to looking back at me, finally taking in my appearance and seeing my clothes covered in blood. She starts to back away, her face paling. It wasn't me. Liar, my conscience quips. It wasn't all me, anyway. I didn't rip them apart. I just locked them in to die. They were infected by something. I don't know. They were bitten by something and it turned them. I take a deep breath. Crazy. I don't really know, but they started attacking each other.
It is rabies? My brother got bitten by a rat once and caught the rabies. He went crazy, shouting and screaming at us. He was...
I interrupted. It's not rabies. They weren't bitten by an animal. They were bitten by another person. A man, one of them said. My voice has risen to almost unrecognizable levels, but I can't calm down. They were killing each other, biting each other.
A man?
She looks frightened, but turns toward the hub and starts walking away from me. Where are you going? I chase after her.
We need to get them help. We need to get them to a hospital or get a doctor. They need a vaccination shot.
She shouts and charges away from me again.
And the police. We need to get the police to catch this man.
She gestures around us wildly, looking frightened.
We need to help them.
I shake my head, grabbing my hair and pulling in exasperation. This is the reaction of a normal person, to get help, the police, an ambulance, not to try and burn the damn place down with everyone inside. Guilt floors me, making me stumble, but whatever my conscience thinks about me, my brain wants me to live. And going back over there will not help my chances. I told you that they're all dead. You can't help them. We need to just wait it out up here in the trees. Sweat is trickling down my spine, making my shirt stick to me. They're all dead, damn it! And if they're not, they will be soon. I think guiltily. The horror of what I've done is hitting me. I locked them in. I didn't help them. If this is it, the end of days or whatever, I just killed them all for nothing. That's not to say they wouldn't have died in the end anyway, but still. We can't just leave them. She looks at me with tears in her eyes, but she looks more frustrated than upset. Why should I even believe you? How do I know that you're telling the truth? She says, through pinched lips, as she wrings her hands. You could be lying to me. Why would I do that? I ask, disgustedly. I don't know. Maybe you are a serial killer. I do not know who you are. Her eyes are wild, her breathing rapid. She doesn't realize how close to the truth she actually is. I own this place, and I'm not lying. I wish I was, though. I know this is hard to believe, and I'll take you over there and show you, but I can't let you go inside. I can't let you open the door. Trust me on that one. You don't want to do that. We stare at each other silently, the wind blowing through the leaves of the trees, and the birds in the sky the only sounds we can hear. I feel kind of ridiculous. Maybe this is all some bad dream. It doesn't seem real now that I've stopped to take stock of the situation. Maybe it would do us both good to go back and see it. I think back to Sunil again, feeling suddenly sick. No, I don't want to go back there. But I don't want to be responsible for another death either. I've sentenced enough people to death already today. I want to see. She turns angrily and continues to stomp through the forest, only vaguely aware of which direction to go in. I catch up and guide her to the left. I know this place like the back of my hand, more so probably. This place has always been my escape, probably why I bought the land when it came up for sale after my mother died. This piece of land was always like a second home to me. We reach the crest of a small hill, and I look over it cautiously. It all looks so normal, as if nothing happened. I can just make out the shape of something on the ground. You would never know it was the bitten woman I'd just murdered. I do not see anything, she snaps and storms past me. Slow down. We don't know how safe it is. I catch up to her again and pull her back, but she shrugs me off. As we get closer, she sees the body on the pavement and runs over to it. And it's as we get close that I realize the body is still twitching. The woman is still alive. Horror hits me like a sucker punch to the gut, and I stop walking, watching her go closer. Oh my God! What has happened to her? She turns to look at me as she gets closer to the woman. Did you do this? She shouts. Answer me! Did you do this? I can't breathe, and I can't speak as the bitten woman moves sluggishly around on the ground and turns to look at my new companion. I point a shaking hand to what I realize can now only be described as a zombie. Horror fills me, my blood rushing to my head and making me stumble backwards. The German woman turns to look behind her, taking in the blood-covered face, the clouded eyes, and the snarling, growling mouth of the woman who was more than likely her co-worker at one time or another, and steps away with a yelp of fear. What is this? She whimpers, taking another step back as the zombie moves toward her with a snarl and a snap of its teeth. It struggles to get to its feet, but seems to have no coordination whatsoever, and so stumbles back down to its knees. What is wrong with her? What did you do? She glares at me, but keeps her distance from the woman. I step forward, picking up the oar I'd used to smash over its head before, readying myself for round 2. The zombie looks at me with a hungry glare and rises up to its knees again, growling at me. I lift the oar high, preparing to smash its head in again. It's funny how quickly we adapt when we need to. I think dryly. "What are you doing?" she shouts. "What do you think I'm doing? You've seen the movies. I need to destroy the brain." Her eyes go wide. "You can't kill her." It's not a her anymore. I gesture toward the zombie, which is nearly standing up now. "That's a zombie. Look at it," I shout. "No, don't be ridiculous." She looks back to it as it finally rises to fully standing. The thing's cloudy eyes focus on her, and a growl erupts from its throat as it reaches for her, blood dribbling down its chin. "Oh my God," she sobs, a hand covering her mouth. "This cannot be real." She backs away further. I don't need any more of an invitation than that. I swing down hard and smash the zombie across the side of its head. It falls to its knees, and I swing repeatedly until it's a crumpled heap of blood and bones and a mangled face. I finally drop the oar when I know for certain that it is definitely dead, not just zombie dead. The woman is behind me, sobbing, and I turn to look at her. "Are you okay?" Her eyes go wider than should be possible as she takes in my appearance, and I look down at myself. If I thought I looked bad before, that's nothing compared to now. I'm covered head to foot in blood and gore, the stench of death clinging to my every pore. My entire body is trembling at the realization of what I've just done. So many bad deeds done in such a short space of time. And I thought the only problems I had were my failing bank balance and rising overdraft. The woman comes forward and takes my hand carefully, leading me back into the forest the way we had come out. Instead of taking a left to the aerial extreme, she goes right and leads me to the lake, bringing me to the edge and pulling me down to my knees, where she begins to undo the buttons on my shirt, stripping it off my back and rinsing it in the water. She wipes my face with it, cleaning the blood and gore from me. And then, and only then, do we both sob together. Later, we sit high up in the safety of the aerial extreme, with heat from the metal fire pit warming our bodies, but not our souls. After cranking up the radio earlier and hearing alerts going off all over the country with warnings not to approach any of the sick and stay inside armed with a weapon if possible, I don't think either of us will ever be warm again. This is the kind of bone-chilling fear that can never be removed. "I'm Duncan," I say, staring into the flames. "I'm Britta." I look up to see her watching me across the fire pit. Neither of us smile. We're both lost in the horrors of the day, wondering what tomorrow and subsequent days will bring. At least we're not alone in this. At least we have each other now, is all I can selfishly think. Could I live with myself, with my conscience all alone? I don't think so. My brain rallies around, thinking about what equipment we're going to need to survive out here, and for how long it could be. I'm thankful for the small amount of equipment I brought over earlier. At least we can get a good night's sleep tonight and try to think more clearly tomorrow. I laugh dryly. "What?" she says, her voice barely a whisper. I look across at her. I'm never going to be able to sleep again. The Lovers. 1. I love you, Snookums. Wrapping my arms around Jane's waist, I give her a squeeze. She turns around, returning my smile with one of her own, and leans in to kiss me softly.
"I love you too," Jane says between kisses. "But we need to get going. We're never going to get this packing finished if we don't, and I'd really like to get to the camper before nightfall. You know I hate driving up there in the dark."
She gives me one final kiss before tickling my ribs as I make a more serious move on her, my hands cupping her ass cheeks and pulling her close.
"Put me down,"
she giggles. Okay, I laugh. "I'm going to start getting everything in the car, and then we can get going." She squeals as I slap her backside and head for the kitchen, leaving her to the rest of the packing. We've been doing this trip 2 or 3 times a year, since I was left the land in my uncle's will. We drive up into the hills to our little escape from the real world and stay in our second-hand camper. One day, we're going to buy a real nice big old log cabin and retire up there, living out our days in peace. I smile, picking up one of the heavier boxes she's packed and carry it out to the car. We've been married for nearly 10 years. But it feels just like yesterday that she was walking down the aisle toward me, dressed in white like an angel. I'm a big burly guy, but I'm not afraid to admit that I love my woman more than life itself. She drives me crazy, and Lord knows she has her crazy moments. But she's my reason for waking up every morning. I place the box in the back of the car and head on back inside. "You almost ready, baby?" I shout up to her, and look at all the boxes yet to pack in the car. "Jesus, woman, it's not the end of days." I mutter to myself and pick up another box. Several trips back and forth later, everything finally seems to be packed neatly into our green 1999 Chevrolet Suburban. I love this car. Not as much as my wife, but it's a close second. Jane, however, hates it. She says it reminds her of the pea soup her mother used to make. I guess that could bring up bad memories for anyone, but, unlike her mother, mine could cook up a storm in the kitchen. Of course, I'm not stupid enough to tell her that. Jane comes down the stairs, her blonde hair pulled into a tight little ponytail, carrying another bag of something or other. "What's in there, baby?" "I think you packed everything but the kitchen sink so far." It's the same story every time we go up to the camper. She tuts and thrusts the bag into my hands. "You'll be thanking me when we're not hungry or freezing." She grins and squeezes past me. "I always know what to pack." She's right. Of course she's right. I'd never tell her that, though. Damn. Women always know best when it comes to packing for vacations and stuff. But again, I'd never tell her that. I'd never live it down. She comes back out of the kitchen carrying her handbag and shrugging into her jacket. "Everything is locked up tight. I just need to set the alarm as we leave. You turned everything off at the sockets? Lamps, oven, TV?" "No, I've been too busy packing all this stuff into the car. Besides, when was the last time we actually had the TV on? It's probably still turned off from the last time we went away." I chuckle. She tuts again and goes to check. Sure enough, the little TV is still turned off from the last time. I squeeze what I now realize to be a bag of pillows into the trunk of the car, slamming the lid shut. "Did you cancel the milk order?" Jane asks as we both climb in the car. I feign forgetfulness. "No, I totally forgot. I'll drive by the store on the way and run in to cancel it for the week. Sorry, baby." We're lucky that we even get a milk delivery. Virtually no one gets those anymore, and I know the store that does it wants to stop it completely. Of course, I didn't actually forget to cancel the order. I just think, why take the risk? They may not restart it when we come back. She rolls her eyes, and I can tell she's pissed, but she doesn't voice it. That's my girl. She's not like most women. I can tell this whenever we go somewhere. In the supermarket, for instance, couples are doing their weekly shopping and bickering in the aisles. I see other husbands looking at me with pleading eyes, while their wives yell and moan at them for not picking the non-fat variety of whatever crap they're putting in their carts, and I just nod my sympathies. I'm one of the lucky few who got a good woman who looks just as sexy in a pair of sweatpants as she does in a miniskirt. Doesn't nag me about mundane crap. Can barbecue a mean steak, and she would never dream about going on a diet or buying low-fat anything. I pull out of the driveway, whistling loudly. Even that doesn't grate on her nerves. Or maybe it does, but again, she doesn't voice her annoyance at it. The roads are busier than usual as I drive north to the little shop that delivers our milk. It's in the center of town, and it takes longer than usual to get there. There are cars driving in every direction, and no one seems to be paying any attention to the road as we witness not one, but 3 near misses. What the hell's gotten into everyone today? Jane turns to look at me with a concerned expression. I shrug and finally pull up outside the store. This is one of the many reasons we aim to move out of the city and into the hills, to escape the madness of others. People have no respect for each other anymore, always more than willing to cheat and lie to get what they want, and never offering help to their neighbors and friends. And this isn't even a particularly big town. I'll be right back, I say, and climb out and head into the shop. It's busy inside, manic even, with people grabbing items from the shelves and barging past each other without any consideration. I stop and watch them, confusion furrowing my brow. Something isn't right. I have no idea what, but I can feel it in my gut, and my gut is never wrong. I grab a basket and copy everyone else, filling it with essentials like canned goods and batteries. It's hard to know what to get when I have no idea what's going on. A younger man in his early 20s, with an overflowing shopping cart, barges past me and sends me crashing into some shelves of bread. "What the hell, buddy?" I shout after him. He doesn't even turn to acknowledge me and charges straight out of the store without paying for his goods. The shopkeeper, Pete if I remember correctly, shouts after him, but doesn't move from his position behind the till, probably for fear of losing some of the other customers who are lining up impatiently and yelling at him to hurry. I grab some of the bread I've fallen into and put it in my basket with a grumble of annoyance. Jane makes a mean ham and mustard sandwich, and all this craziness is making me cranky, and when I'm cranky, I get hungry. I head off to look for the mustard, stepping over some smashed pickle jars on the floor that no one is bothering to clean up. 20 years I've worked for the government, and this is a health and safety hazard if I ever saw one. This is the sort of stuff that could get a shop closed down. I look around at the sound of screaming from outside, all thoughts of insurance claims vanishing as I recognize my wife's scream. "Jane?" I mutter to myself and run in the direction of the car, still clutching my basket of goods and ignoring the shopkeeper's infuriated shouts at me to come back. Our car is surrounded by 3 young men, who are all shouting at Jane to get out of the vehicle, banging their fists on the metal panels of my beautiful green Suburban. Her eyes search me out, finally finding me. "Steve?" she shouts louder, and one of the men turns to look at me. "Tell her to get out of the car now," he yells, raising a hockey stick in one hand and slapping it against his other palm menacingly. His dark hair hangs over one eye, and he shakes his head in that twitchy way teenagers do to clear it out of his line of sight. I cock an eyebrow, amused that he even has the audacity to try this shit on me. I might be middle-aged and look calm on the outside, but I'm 3 times his size and have a mean temper when I want. The guy must have balls as big as basketballs to try and pull this shit with me. Either that, or something more serious is going on. Something that could be more frightening than me when I'm mad. I can't see that happening. I don't think. I react. And as he takes a step toward me, I drop my basket of stolen food and think back to my old quarterback days and charge at him, slamming his back against the car with a crunch and a grunt as my shoulder collides with his rib cage. I step back from him, and he slides down the side of the car with a groan of fuck. "Anyone else want some of this?" I gesture to myself, slamming a fist into my chest with a snarl. And you? I point to the guy I just slam-dunked against my car, who's now trying to climb back up to his knees. Don't swear in front of the lady. I kick him in the ribs, forcing him to roll away from me with a cry of pain. The other two men step away, hands raised in surrender. They glance behind me, turn tail, and run. Yeah, that's what I thought. I shout after them. Hockey stick guy climbs up and stumbles away, clutching a hand to his side. Jane scuttles over to the passenger side door and unlocks it, and I fling the door open wide and grab her into a bear hug. You okay, baby? I can handle testosterone-filled boys like them. She kisses my cheek. I know you can. And I do. She has me wrapped around her little finger, after all. They just made me jump. They came from nowhere. I didn't know what they wanted from me. Something is going on. I don't know what, but everyone is acting crazy today. And I think the sooner we get out of here, the better. I kiss her head again. Shouting makes me turn and look behind us, and confusion gives way to revulsion. A woman and a man are slowly coming toward us. Or lurching, I should say. Definitely lurching. I can't imagine they could do much of anything but lurch, given the condition they're in. 2. Jane, get in the car, I say, pushing her back inside. I bend to pick up the hockey stick, my eyes never leaving the two coming toward us, and I try to take in the entire scene. The woman has blood dripping from a wound on the side of her head near her temple. It looks like it's been bleeding for a while, by the amount of blood covering her. The man is walking with a limp, growling like a dog every time he takes another step forward, as if it's difficult to walk, and he's extremely pissed off by that fact. I look down at his feet and see why. He has only one foot. A trail of blood is spewing from the place his left foot should be. I test the weight of the hockey stick in my hand, trying to ignore Jane's knocking on the passenger window. These creeps need sorting out, and since everyone else is running in the opposite direction, I guess it's down to me. Come on! I shout, and I swear these things speed up. The closer they get, the more of their details I can make out. Their injuries are far worse than I originally thought. The woman, who I thought had a small head injury, actually has part of her skull showing. The skin peeled clean away from the side and back, exposing white bone. A shiver runs up and down my spine, and I fight the urge to throw up my bacon sandwich from earlier. Her hazy eyes fix on me, and she opens her mouth wide and growls. Steve, get in this car now! Jane pushes open her car door, and I put a large palm up to it and slam it back closed. Stay inside, I say to her, my eyes finally leaving the man and woman covered in blood and fixing on Jane's. I stare at her through the glass, making sure she knows I'm serious before I take a step toward the bloodied woman. I think you need a doctor, love. Let me get you some help, I say in my calmest voice, but she doesn't listen, and instead continues to move toward me with a groan. As she gets to within arm's reach, I push her away with the end of the hockey stick. She's clumsy but strong as she stumbles to the left and grabs the stick in both hands, trying to wrestle it from my grasp. We tussle like this until the one-footed guy gets too close, and I keep hold of the hockey stick and push forwards with all my strength, sending the injured woman flailing to the ground. I want to apologize for doing that. The gentlemanly side of me knows that you should never hurt a woman. But the crazy woman starts to get back to her feet, looking even more pissed off than before. I kick out at one-footed guy, catching him on the back of his shin to trip him up, just as the woman gets back to her feet. I pretend to swing at her, but she doesn't flinch. She doesn't say anything, just continues to come forwards with yet another odd growl. I jog around the car to the driver's side just as a young girl comes out of the store, laden down with shopping bags. The injured woman changes course and goes for the young girl instead of me, reaching for her and catching her off guard. As her fingers grip onto the young girl's shoulder, The woman bites down in a frenzy, sending blood splattering across the sidewalk. The young girl screams. Jane screams. I nearly piss myself, and the injured woman growls again as one-footed guy reaches for the young girl too, biting into her calf and bringing her to her knees. Both of them tuck into her, biting and pulling at her, and I'm frozen to the spot, staring open-mouthed at what's happening right in front of me, even as the poor girl screams and begs for me to help her. It's Jane that breaks my reverie, opening the driver's side door a crack and screaming at me to get in the car before she has to kick my sorry ass into next week. The young girl isn't screaming now, but she's still alive, crying and mewling softly as she lies on the ground and the two people continue to eat her. It hits me like a ton of bricks to the crotch, or that could be just Jane as she hits me and shouts at me to get in the car again. They're eating her. I grip hold of the hockey stick and run back around the side of the car and, without giving it another thought, I swing back and crack the sick woman across the back of the head. The sensation runs up the stick to my hands and through my arms, making me cringe. But I don't think as I swing back down again and again until the woman's skull and the hockey stick crack almost simultaneously, and she falls in a heap, her face buried in the young girl's neck. I snap off the end of the stick, since it's now dangling uselessly, and as one-footed guy looks up to me with flesh hanging from his chin, I ram the stick through his eye and straight into his brain. He stops and drops into a heap instantly. I grab the back of his clothes and drag him off the young girl, but I know I'm too late. She's gone already, her eyes foggy and unfocused, blood seeping out of her wounds and covering the sidewalk. I stumble back, almost tripping over the woman whose head I caved in, and stagger toward the driver's side of the car. I pull open the door, sit down, and look at Jane. She reaches into one of the boxes in the back footwell, and after rummaging for a minute or two, she pulls out 2 gun cases and opens them up, retrieving our semi-automatic Colt 45s. She hands one to me after loading it and looks me in the eye. "I told you, I always know what to pack," she says through clenched teeth as she slams her seatbelt back on with trembling hands. "Now, let's get out of here." "I could have used this 5 minutes ago, you know," I say. She shrugs. "I forgot," she adds apologetically. I look out the window at the young woman dead on the pavement, her blood spilling out of her and creating a puddle of red that trails down into the gutter. As I watch, she twitches. Her leg at first, and then her hand. Her eyes eventually blink into focus, or what I presume must be focus. They're cloudy and gray now as she pulls herself up to her knees. "Jane," I say, pointing at the woman. Jane's hand covers her mouth as she stifles a sob. "Time to go," I say, and stick the car in gear. The drive out of the city is nerve-wracking. Every time we stop, people try to get in the car or we see more and more of the injured, sick. To hell with it. Let's just say it as it is. Zombies. That's what they really are. They can't possibly be anything else. Not to my mentality, anyway. That woman was dead, and she came back to life. Those other 2 were eating her alive. That, in my book, is the very definition of a zombie, no matter how much I want to deny it. I don't know how or why this has happened, but it has, and we need to get to our camper up in the hills and away from all this madness before one of us gets killed. I look at Jane from the corner of my eye, looking all badass like a mini blonde G.I. Jane. Damn, she looks hot. I smile. "Keep your eyes on the road, Steve," she says, continuing to play with the radio channels. I look away with a smirk. This is not how I planned the day going at all. The radio buzzes to life, and we hear a staticky voice coming through. Jane turns the volume up, but it's still difficult to comprehend what they're saying. "Stay inside. Dangerous. Government will be—" I strain harder, willing the static to disappear. "Steve!" I look up and swerve around another zombie with a shudder. Sorry, baby. She glares at me and turns the dial up louder. Outbreak. Attacking citizens, so stay away from them. Deadly force is acceptable. As relief rushes through me, I look up to Jane to make sure she heard what I did. Those people outside the store would have killed me or Jane in a heartbeat. Hell, they did to that poor girl. And I wouldn't change what my actions were for a minute. But murder is still murder to me, and most likely to the police too. Or that's what I thought, until I heard that deadly force was acceptable. Looks like I'm off the hook, I say to her, swerving around a sharp bend with a 3-car pileup in the middle of it. I drive up and onto the curb, ignoring the hammering of fists on the car. Zombies or human, I'm not stopping for any of them. Did you bring more bullets for the Colts, baby? I ask suddenly, pulling the car back onto the road. She tisks at me. Of course I did. What do you take me for? I was brought up to be prepared for anything, and that's what I always am, she says in a pissy voice. Just making sure, I snap back. She tisks again, giving me a shake of her head as if I've asked the world's stupidest question. Did I bring more bullets? She mutters under her breath. Damn it, woman, I was just asking. Don't you go getting all snappy with me, Steve. I take a lot of your shit, but I'm drawing the line at your bad attitude. I can tell she's staring at me, and I know that if I look at her, she'll have an eyebrow raised and her arms crossed in front of her. So I keep my eyes on the road. She may be beautiful, but she's got a fierce tongue on her, and I don't feel like taking a lashing off her today. That's what I thought, she mutters, and from the corner of my eye I see her divert her attention back out of the window. Today is making us both cranky, and all it's doing is making me even more hungry. I think, as my stomach grumbles loudly. 3. We finally make it out of town and onto the main stretch of highway, but the damn thing is closed up tight with bumper-to-bumper cars. A downside of living in a town with a highway right through its center. There's only one way in and one way out. I reverse the Suburban to one side so we don't get blocked into the traffic. From the looks of all the smoke coming from the cars at the start of this jam, getting stuck in the middle of this would not be a good idea. A helicopter flies overhead, and I wind my window down and crank my neck out to see where it goes. I think it's taking pictures, baby. It circles back around and then moves on ahead. I pull my head back inside. I don't care what it's doing. I just want to get as far away from here as possible, she says, twisting the corner of her cream-colored sweater in her hands nervously. What were those things? She asks, her face suddenly fearful. I take a deep breath before answering. I think they were zombies. I raise a hand to stop her objections, but she doesn't mutter a word. You believe me? I ask, confused. Jane shrugs. Well, you wouldn't just up and kill 2 people unless you thought it was serious, would you? Besides, it's pretty much the same conclusion I've come to. What else could they be? She shrugs again. But you asked. It was a rhetorical question, Steve. She frowns at me. Right. Well, anyway, what do we know about zombies? Well, from what I saw you do to the 2 outside the store, we know you have to destroy the head to kill them, she offers. More specifically, I think it's the brain, I say. That makes sense, I guess. Well, none of this makes sense, but you know what I mean. Yeah. I rub a hand along my jawline at an invisible beard. How does it spread, though? Is it in the air? I look at my open window and quickly roll it back up, watching as the helicopter circles above us again. Everything differs from books to movies. Steve, that's all speculation. We can't trust any of that knowledge, books or movies. We have to think more tactically than that. Jane huffs. What else do we have to go on? There's no Surviving the Zombie Apocalypse for Dummies guide. Not that I've seen, anyway. I shut down my snarky attitude at the sight of her raised eyebrow. Sorry, baby, but you know what I mean. I do, but what I'm saying is that we can't trust that knowledge, not fully. Yes, we can use it as a reference point, but don't rely on it. Her eyes wash over me. You need to change that shirt. If it's passed through fluids, then you're a prime candidate for turning into one of those things. She turns, stretching behind my seat, and unzips one of the cases to pull out my favorite sweatshirt. I smile as she hands it to me. You brought it. I thought it was in the wash. I pull my bloodied shirt over my head, careful to avoid smearing any more blood on myself or the car, and throw it out the window. I won't be wearing it again anyway. Of course I brought it, and it was in the wash, but I cleaned and dried it for you. I know how much you love your comfy sweatshirt. She smiles. We stare at each other, both grinning like school kids, until a horn honks up ahead. We both turn in unison to watch what's happening. One of the sick men, fine zombies, is beating his fists on a blue sedan's window. The occupants are screaming and crying, honking their horn and revving their engine, trying to get the car in front to move. But by the looks of it, the owners of the car in front have gotten out and left their car for dead. I put my hand on my door handle, but Jane's hand touching my forearm makes me stop. Don't, she pleads, her sweet blue eyes on mine. I can't leave them like that. I look back at the car, noticing a crack forming on the window. I'll shoot it. I grab my Colt and step out of the car, giving a loud wolf whistle to get the thing's attention. It either doesn't hear me or chooses to ignore me, and instead keeps on beating at the windows of the sedan. You lock this door and stay inside, and you don't open it for anyone, I say to Jane before shutting the door. She does as I ask, and I move toward the car and the rampaging zombie, watching all around me in case another one decides to join in the show. When I feel like I'm close enough, I set my stance, feet shoulder-width apart, raise the Colt to eye level, and squeeze the trigger without mercy. The bullet hits the zombie in the side of the skull. It pauses in its furious banging, hands still raised, growl still issuing forth before finally dropping to a heap to the ground. The man and woman in the sedan turn in their seats to stare at me, looking just as much panic-frozen as they did when the zombie was beating on their window. I know I have a gun in my hands, but I just saved their sorry asses. No problem, I shout and smile, lacing my words with as much sarcasm as I can muster, but still they don't respond. Just sitting there with their googly eyes ogling like I'm the crazy one for shooting a zombie in the head. Don't worry about it, assholes. I grumble and turn back to go to my car, stopping in my tracks as I see what can only be described as a herd of around 20 zombies closing in on me. They're still around 20 yards away, but it's too close for my liking. Shit. I glance back over my shoulder. Thanks for the heads up. I take aim and shoot the zombie closest to me. The sound echoes around, until I realize that Jane has gotten out of the car and is firing into the crowd as well. Jane, I told you not to get out of the car. I shoot another zombie, skimming its ear as the shot goes wide. It doesn't seem to notice, and continues for me nonetheless. I shoot it again, hitting the mark this time, and it crumples to the ground. I'm not going to just sit here like a little woman while you're getting attacked, Steve, she yells back at me, looking pissed off when a zombie gets too close. I think it looks just like my old high school gym teacher. Hell, it actually could be. I can take care of myself. Is that? I start. Mr. Ingle? Yes, it is. She aims at him down her sight and shoots him between the eyes without pause. The gap between us and the zombies is around 35 yards now, and I jog back to the car and climb in, shifting it in reverse as I flip the steering wheel around in my hands maniacally until we're facing the opposite direction. That's both good and bad, as we're now facing the approaching zombies and getting a good look at them. I grimace. But we're also facing away from the traffic jam, which I'm grateful for. I slam my foot down, and we speed away, dodging the zombies in our path. "So now what?" I say, not necessarily to Jane, but she replies nonetheless. "I think if you head to the business park on Hyde Road and see if the old service road is open." She takes my gun from my lap, and I nod at her brilliance. Living in such a small but busy community has its downsides, and one of them is the traffic. With the main highway running right through the center of town, the roads are always congested. A few years back, the city council thought it would be a good idea to make a service road to the business park in the center of town. However, after spending millions on it and finding that it was generally unused, it was closed back down, with a chain-link fence closing it off. I think they did it more out of spite than anything else, since it doesn't actually do any harm having it there. Other people obviously think the same, and as such it gets unofficially reopened every once in a while. We drive back through town, trying to find the most suburban route possible to avoid any more traffic holdups or pedestrian run-ins. It's difficult. In the short space of an hour, the world seems to have gone mad. Dead bodies lie in the street, torn apart. Others have been half-dragged from their vehicles, their appendages missing at the joints as the dead gnaw on them like chicken on the bone. The living dead are roaming freely, and only coming up against a small resistance of the occasional police officer or firefighter. Yeah, it always comes down to these guys coming to save us. However, whatever it is that's affected these people and brought them back from the dead is spreading too quickly. There's a fight between good and evil going on, and it looks like evil is winning, hands down. Even more reason to get out of here while we still can. I'm a pretty calm guy when things get serious, but even I'm struggling to keep my calm with everything I'm seeing. I look at Jane to see how she's coping, but apart from having her Colt ready and waiting to fire, she looks as calm as if we were on our way to church and not avoiding zombies. This woman is the butter to my bread, I think, with a smile. 4. The business park, luckily, is near enough empty as we pull into it. Thank goodness for the apocalypse happening on a Sunday. No white-collar workers to contend with. I hate those business-suited freaks more than I hate the city council, and that's saying something. The boys in suits are always looking down their noses at the blue-collar workers of this town, like their shit don't stink. Truth is, without hard-working boys like us, these fancy suit types wouldn't be driving around in their fancy cars, and they wouldn't have their fancy houses. Certainly not with the giant swimming pools installed in their backyards. It's us boys who build all that stuff for them. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. Apart from the odd stray car, no one else is around, and for that, I'm grateful. Jane is too, if the long breath she releases is anything to go by. I head straight for the far side of the parking lot, where the service road is, feeling a little disheartened when I see the blockade back in place. I should have guessed, but I was really hoping to get out of here without any more trouble. I pull up to the chain-link fence, thinking about how to break the large padlock on the gate. I scratch my beard and check all sides of the car before stepping out. Jane walks around to the back of the car and opens up the trunk while I test how strong the lock is. I pull on it, but this thing isn't going anywhere. When Jane sidles up beside me with a pair of bolt cutters, I stumble back, confused. She nudges in front of me and uses them to clip the padlock open, snatches it up, and throws it into the bushes. How? Why did... Where? I stumble over my words. Be a doll and pull this fence out of the way, will you? She says with a smirk, and goes back to the trunk of the car. I watch, dumbfounded and in awe of her, finally grabbing hold of the fence and dragging it off to one side. It's noisy and it resists, but I get it out of the way eventually and start on the second half of the fence. These are heavier than the ones they normally put up, and the fact that it was padlocked means that the city council is serious, I guess, but nothing is stopping me from getting out of this town. "We've got company," Jane says, taking aim at a zombie coming across the car park. How it found us, I don't know. Maybe they can smell us out. Maybe it was close by and heard the noise. It isn't really important. What is important is getting the rest of this fence out of the way so the car can get through. I grab it and pull as hard as I can, listening to it screech along the concrete ground. When I think it's far enough clear, I run back to the car. "Get in, baby," I shout to Jane. "Should I shoot it?" she asks as I reach across my seat and open her door. "No sense attracting more attention," I say, looking back at it. "But it's one less in the world to contend with," she says, eyeing it up warily. Now that it's getting closer, we can both smell it. It's starting to stink. This doesn't seem like a fresh zombie, if there is ever such a thing. This seems a little older, a little deader, and a little more disgusting than some of the ones we've encountered so far. Sure, it has all its limbs still attached, but the pallor to its skin and the rotting hole in its chest cavity, with internal organs showing, is a far worse sight than seeing someone missing an arm. Trust me on this one. I wonder, not for the first time this morning, how the hell we missed all this happening around us for so long. "Do it," I say, through a grimace as the stench reaches inside the car. She jogs forward a little bit, getting to within 20 yards of it, and shoots it in the head. Her aim is as accurate as ever. She waits a few precious seconds to make sure it's not still alive dead, and is actually gone from this world, before jogging back to the car and climbing in. "One down, another 1,000,000 or so to go," she says with dry humor. "Let's hope it's not that bad," I reply. She nods, and I drive through the gate, scraping the side of my car along the fence that I hadn't managed to open up all the way. I wince at the sound and glance at Jane. She's staring out the window, but the rise in her cheeks, indicating that she's grinning, is unmistakable. Damn, she hates this car. The drive is pretty much all clear from there on out to the camper. The roads are virtually empty, and the occasional cars we do pass seem to be vacated, doors hanging open, blood staining the area around them. We don't bother to check for survivors, and I feel bad for that. But it's us or them in this world, and right now, it's us. As night falls, I see the break in the trees that indicates the turnoff leading to the camper. I still remember driving that thing out here. My late uncle had previously owned the land, but after he passed away, it was handed down to me as the only living relative. Both Jane and I knew right away that this would be our retirement land. The drive up the steep incline is as bumpy as ever, but relatively better than when we had first come to inspect it after the reading of the will. My Uncle Sam, God rest his soul, had never done anything with it, and it had become not so much an eyesore, since you couldn't see it through the thick oppression of the overgrown trees, but it was a definite hazard. We had spent many a weekend up here with hired equipment to chop back some of the forest and create more of a roadway. The final piece had fallen into place when we purchased our second-hand camper and towed it up here. The foundations for our own log cabin were in place. It was all just time and money now. Until then, our little camper was our home away from home. I realize, as I think these last thoughts, that perhaps this is now our only home. It's dark on the drive up, but thankfully it opens up at the peak of the hill and the land flattens out. Everything is as we left it a few months back, and there seems to be no sign of breaking and entering. We sit in silence after I turn the engine off, both of us contemplating what to do next. Eventually I open my door, and Jane climbs out on her side. Tonight we need to eat and get some sleep. Tomorrow we're going to need to secure this place even more, I say, unpacking the trunk of the car. Jane leans back against the trunk and nods. Yeah, she agrees. I take her face in my hands and kiss her soft lips. You okay? I ask as I pull away. I am if you're here, she smiles. We'll be okay now. We have everything we need up here. I hope so, Steve. What we saw back there was horrifying. I don't think I'll be able to close my eyes without seeing those things. She swallows and looks away. She's my little tough cookie and hates to show any signs of girlishness. But being afraid of those things isn't girlishness. It's common sense, and I tell her so. I was scared too, baby. Hell, everyone is. I look down at my feet, wondering if we should have tried to contact some of our friends, neighbors even, and helped them get out of town too. Neither of us have any family anymore, and for the first time I realize what a godsend that is. There's no way I would be able to live up here without worrying about them. Jane nods, too tired to reply. Or perhaps too sad, I'm not sure. It's not like her to be this quiet about things. She's an expressive woman and speaks her mind. One of the many things I love about her. I drape an arm over her shoulders. Come on, let's get this stuff inside and cook something good to eat. I smile. My stomach grumbles in response, and I realize that not only have I missed lunch, but my stomach is still hankering after a ham and mustard sandwich. Say, did you pack the mustard? I ask as I lift a heavy box from the car. She nods and smiles. Sure did. She unlocks the camper's small door, opening it wide for me to go in after her, and flicks on the lights along the way. The generator is the best thing we ever bought. I think. Not for the first time. It was one of Jane's must-have items for this place. Later that night, after finally unpacking and eating supper, we lie in bed together, both of us trying to sleep, yet both of us scared to actually close our eyes. The door is locked tight, and our guns are on the little nightstands next to the bed, ready to grab in an instant. We even stayed fully dressed, barring our shoes. Jane wouldn't allow shoes on the bed, in case we needed to get up and out in a hurry. Yet still, neither of us feels safe. I wonder if we ever will again. The wind-up radio we have doesn't provide us with any more answers than the previous broadcast. It's the same message. Stay inside, lock your doors, and don't approach the sick. Oh, and if the sick approach you, it's okay to use extreme violence against them. The radio also doesn't say what's wrong with them. And they never use the Z word. But without a shadow of a doubt, that's what they are. Every time my eyes close, I see images of the sick and injured screaming at me to help them, or screaming for my blood. I can sleep through that. But what I can't sleep through is when I see them catching Jane and eating her alive. That I couldn't live through. Never mind sleep through. 5. Dawn broke a little over an hour ago, but I still lie here with Jane's arms tightly wrapped around my torso. She begins to stir around 7, and the warmth of her body against mine makes me smile in more ways than one. She looks up at me with drowsy, sleep-filled eyes and yawns, a small smile lighting up her face. I lean down and kiss her lips, softly at first. But when she returns the favor, the passion I have for her pours into us both, and before long we are both naked beneath the covers. "Even the end of the world can't calm your libido, then?" She grins widely as she slips back on her clothes. "Not with you by my side, baby." I lean back on the bed, arms behind my head, and close my eyes, feeling relaxation spread through me and sleep finally beckoning. Her words ring in my ears, something about making coffee for us both, and I grunt an okay and sink further down into my pillow. Sleep finds me as Jane's scream breaks the morning silence. I dive out of bed, grab my Colt, and run butt-ass naked out the bedroom door. The camper door is wide open, and I dash outside to see Jane struggling with a zombie. She is pushing against its chest as it lunges repeatedly for her, snapping its jaws and growling. I take aim, but can't get a clean shot because of their fighting. Instead, I run up behind it and grab the back of its clothes. I drag it backwards until it releases her and we both stumble and fall over, me on my back and the zombie on my chest facing the sky. I push it off me and to the side and stumble up to my knees. It crawls toward me on hands and knees, drooling and gurgling blood. Clearly its primal need to feed on my flesh is more important than table manners. I scoot backwards as Jane stands behind it, takes aim, and fires a bullet into its skull. The thing drops immediately, its face hitting the dirt. I stare at it until I'm sure it's definitely dead, and then stagger back up to my feet. Jane runs over, wraps her arms around me, and hugs me tightly as she sobs into my chest. I try not to cry too, but the image of her fighting that thing and coming so close to being its breakfast fills me with horror, and I can't stop the salty tears that fall silently down my cheeks. We eventually stagger back to the camper and shut the door behind us, and I take some of the bottled water to wash away the zombie's blood from my arms and legs before dressing, even finding some small amount of humor in the fact that I just fought a zombie while naked. As we finally drink our morning coffee by the little fire pit outside, we make plans to make this place more secure. Trenches and fences will have to be built, as well as covering that road entrance so no one thinks to come up here. Those zombies don't stick to paths as such, but they do tend to follow roads and pathways more than anything. Maybe if they can't see the road, they won't bother to come up. I shrug and take my first sip of coffee. Damn, it's good. I also want to get some traps set up around the perimeter. We've got some old chicken wire in the back still. I'll use that and dig some more trenches. It's a lot of work. I scratch at the day-old scruff on my chin and neck and take another sip of my coffee. I think we can do it, though, baby. I turn to her and smile before another thought crosses my mind. What about food? We've got some canned stuff here already, but how much did you bring? There's enough food to last 2 or 3 weeks. We may need to ration it down more, though, to make it last. Eventually we're going to have to do something more permanent, though. I mean, if we want to stay here until whatever this is passes over. She pokes the fire pit with a stick, sending fresh flames up under the bubbling water. Well, of course we're staying here. No sense going back to that death trap of a town. We have everything we need, I say hotly. The things I brought won't last forever, Steve. She pulls our guns in front of her and begins to take them apart to clean them. We need to ration, be careful, and yeah, we could make this work. She pauses in what she's doing. As much as this was our dream, to live out here, I never wanted it to be like this. I can't help worrying about all those people back in town. I know. I haven't forgotten about them either, but we have to look out for us first off. If we can help others, then great, but we have to come first, baby. I take her hand in mine. I know that.
It's just that this is day one, and I don't want either of us to become hardened to it all. One day someone's going to need our help and our hospitality, and that's what separates us from the animals, from those things out there eating people." She shudders and pulls her hands from mine. She picks up her gun and continues cleaning it, huffing, out of breath, while she does. "Well, when we do finally venture back out there, we'll be sure to help anyone who needs it, as long as it doesn't endanger ourselves," I say, tilting her chin so she looks at me. "We can even make room for a couple more people to stay up here with us if need be. There's safety in numbers." She smiles and pulls her chin free. "So where are we going to get food from?" "There's a way to survive out in the wild, and it doesn't include going to some fancy grocery store." I throw the last of the coffee to the back of my throat as the cogs in my brain whirl. "What are you suggesting?" she asks. "Farms." "Farms?" Jane repeats, looking puzzled. I nod, satisfied with my idea. "Yes, farms. Ideally just the one. If we can get to a farm, grab some chicks, a pig maybe, some seeds, we could grow our own food. We'd have eggs, bacon, and our own fruits and vegetables. We'd be sitting pretty at the end of the world." "That's a clever idea," Jane smiles. "First things first. Let's get this place secure." I smile broadly and stand up to stretch, looking around with a small smile. This could actually be a blessing in disguise. Just me, Jane, and our little home in the woods. The Hero 1. Jonathan Timothy Daly, you are found guilty of first-degree assault with a deadly weapon. You are therefore sentenced to 10 years imprisonment with a chance of parole after serving a minimum of 8 years. The judge looks down at the papers in his hands before looking back up to me, his cool gray eyes full of disdain. "I can't tell you how disappointed I am that someone of your caliber should do such a thing. For whatever reason, on July 7th, you decided to take matters into your own hands, not only attacking a man before finding out if he was actually guilty of the crime which you were accusing him of, but using a heavy object to repeatedly beat him into unconsciousness." The courtroom erupts into whispers around me. Maybe they think I'm lucky. Maybe they think Mr. fucking Davies is lucky that I didn't kill him. I don't know. And I don't care. That's wrong. I do care. But it doesn't mean I'd change a damn thing about what I did. My cheap shirt sticks to my muscles, making me even more uncomfortable. My anger making me sweat. "Silence!" Judge Corisdone yells and slams his gavel down onto the wood block repeatedly. "You have left me no choice but to carry out this sentence, since you have shown no remorse whatsoever for your actions. If it were not for Mr. Davies' neighbor calling the police, I do not think you would have stopped until he was dead. Fortunately for you, the police arrived in time to stop you from committing an even further barbaric assault on an otherwise innocent man." I slam my fist against the small desk in front of me, my chains rattling, and grind my teeth, my anger bubbling to the surface. No, I wouldn't have stopped. That asshole deserved everything he got. I look across at him, his smug face leering back at me. "Mr. Daly?" Judge Corisdone shouts my name, and I look up at him through hate-filled eyes. "If it wasn't for your background serving your country, you would be receiving a much longer sentence. So be grateful for that." He eyes me with disappointment and a shake of his head. "Guards, escort Mr. Daly away." I turn to look at Amy, tears pouring silently down her cheeks. Ben, our son, is nowhere to be seen.
probably with Amy's mother. I would have liked to see him one more time before I'm sent away. Who knows when I'll be able to see him again. I shake my head, all the anger deflating and self-pity filling the emptiness left behind. I don't regret doing what I did, but I do regret that I won't get to watch my son grow up. He'll be 11 when I get out, and he won't know me. Tears fill my own eyes as the guards approach. I blow a kiss to Amy and mouth that it'll be all right. But we both know it's a lie. I won't allow her to wait for me. 8 years is too long. She's a beautiful, young, intelligent woman, and I'm not going to let her waste her life waiting for me. The guards lead me away out the back of the courtroom, down some steps, and to the waiting van outside. I step up and inside it, and as the doors shut behind me, I say goodbye to my life. The ball bounces off the ceiling and I catch it in my hands before bouncing it up again. My mind closed off to everything as I focus on the repeated action. Ball, ceiling, bounce, catch, ball, ceiling, bounce, catch, over and over and over. Will you shut the fuck up? Jason snarls from the lower bunk. Ball, ceiling, bounce, catch. I said... He climbs off his bunk and looks up to me. Will you shut the fuck up? Some of us are trying to read here. Ball, ceiling, bounce, catch. Motherfucker, I will... I turn to look at him and he shuts his mouth, dropping his porno magazine to the floor. And I've told you, I begin, repeatedly, not to ever speak to me. I sneer. It's bad enough that I have to breathe the same air as you. His face turns red as he splutters his words. You and me, boy, we're equals whether you like it or not. He cackles gleefully. I push up and jump down from my bunk, landing with a loud thud, and grab his chin in my grip, slamming him against the wall. Let me make this very clear to you once and for all. We are not equals. You are a murdering piece of shit who likes to make women scream. I, on the other hand, like to make people like you really pay for their crimes. Do you see the difference? I push my forehead against his sweaty pale one and flash a smile. I said. I squeeze harder on his chin until he squeaks. Do you see the difference? He nods at me and I continue. You are a piece of shit, and I hate pieces of shit. We were never going to get along, were we? So let's make the best of it, and I'll try not to kill you, okay? He nods at me again and I release him, slapping his cheek. Good boy. I climb back up on my bunk, my weight making the mattress sag, and continue to throw the ball up in the air. Ball, ceiling, bounce, catch. I'm bigger than before I got to this place, and I was big before. But since there's nothing much to do all day, nothing to keep the menacing thoughts away from my dreams, I exercise, build bulk, and try to keep out of trouble. Trouble has a way of finding me these days, though. Jason stumbles out of the room, muttering about what a dick I am. Like I give a shit what that scum of the earth thinks about me. A few minutes later, a guard swings by and I wonder if good old Jason told on me. Not that I care if he does or not, because the guards don't give a shit about him, and neither do the other cons. He's a snitch through and through. He's in for armed robbery and the attempted murder of a security officer and a female hostage, but only after he repeatedly raped her. In a cruel twist of irony, I've been stuck in a room with the very thing that I hate, the very thing that put me in here in the first place. J.D., you have a visiting order. The guard drops it on my bed and leaves without another word. I know who it will be from before I even open it. With no mother and father and a sister who's ashamed of me, it can only be Amy. She's the only one who has repeatedly asked to come and see me for the past 6 months. So far I've said no. But maybe it's time to see her and let her know that I want her to move on. No, that I insist she move on. She isn't taking the hint with my silent treatment, so I'm going to have to make it clearer to her. 2. I walk over to the little wooden stool in front of the glass viewing window, my large frame filling the small space. Amy's already holding the phone to her ear and gesturing wildly for me to pick mine up. Tears in her eyes. Her pink flowery skirt splayed out over her knees. But all I'm hearing right now is white noise. The sight of my son in her arms is gut-wrenching. But most of all, I'm pissed that she would even bring him here to see me. I can't make my body sit down, my legs frozen to the spot in angst. My stomach twists and turns as his beautiful blue eyes stare back at me, a little dribble on his chin as he pops a little chubby finger in his mouth. The guard puts a hand on my shoulder and pushes me into my seat, and I succumb to the little wooden stool, my hands shaking as I reach for the phone. She's talking before I've even got it to my ear. I know what you said about bringing him here to see you. White noise, static, my heart thumping. But he's been so cranky without you. He misses his daddy. Her voice pleading, his dimpled cheeks. He has a right to see you. He misses his daddy. The thought kills me, literally eats me up from the inside out and spits me back up. My palm goes up to the window and she stops talking. Ben reaches his chubby hand across to touch mine. He looks confused when he touches glass instead of me, but giggles nonetheless. A sob works its way up from my chest, and I drop the phone to clutch at my heart in pain. My boy, my boy, my boy. I shake my head sadly, all resolved to dismiss them out of my life dissolving. I need her, and I need him. How am I going to survive the next 8 years without them? Tears form in my hooded brown eyes and drip down my face in silent rivers. My boy, my boy, my boy. Amy's crying now, and rocking Ben in her arms, but he seems unperturbed by it all. He's changed so much in such a small span of time. What is he going to be like in 8 to 10? I catch my breath and retrieve the phone, bringing it back up to my ear. I'm so sorry, Amy. I never wanted this for you, for him. I take a steadying breath, my eyes finding hers. She smiles. I know you didn't, but we'll be here every second that we can. You won't miss him growing up. You'll see him all the time. She smiles again,
but I think my heart just splintered into 1,000 pieces. I can't let my boy grow up seeing his daddy in prison. I look around at the other families, the other children uninterested in their daddies, playing checkers on the floor, grimy little boys with snotty noses and mothers who look like whores. I look back at Amy, not hearing her words anymore. She's beautiful, more than any man could ever want in a woman. And Ben, he's better than I could dream of. I can't let them waste their lives on me. Ben needs someone he can be proud of, someone to look up to. Amy, I begin, but stop as shouting breaks out at one of the booths. We both look over and see that one of the visitors has fallen to the floor. A young man, from what I can see, probably come to see his father. I shake my head. A guard rushes over to see what the fuss is, and I keep talking. Amy, I don't want you or Ben to come back here. Her head flips back to me, her eyes widening. You don't mean that. She hugs Ben tighter. He needs his daddy. I know, but I can't be it. He needs better than me, a better life than I can give either of you now. You are, without a doubt, the most beautiful, courageous woman I know. You're intelligent and kind, and you're young enough to meet someone else. The thought of another man with her makes me angry as much as it hurts. I don't want anyone else, she shouts, attracting the attention of a guard. You have to move on, for both your sakes. I swallow down the bile that's threatening to come up. I don't want to give away my family. I don't want Ben to have a new father. But I won't let them suffer for me. Another guard rushes over to the man on the floor, and I watch them, trying to think up the right words to get her to understand me. 2 guards are over the man now. One of them shouts into his walkie-talkie before standing back up. Amy looks across at him fearfully, and then back to me. An alarm sounds overhead, and both Amy and Ben jump before my boy begins to cry at the noise. I want to soothe him and tell him it will be okay, but I can't, and it just fortifies my point that he shouldn't be here. The door to the visiting room opens, and more guards come in. Prisoners, get up! We need to get you all back to your cells, shouts one of the guards on my side, and everyone starts to stand up. I can hear the muffled voice of one of the guards on Amy's side. Everyone stay in your seats. There's been an incident, and we just need to get medical in here. He screams his final word as the man on the floor grabs for him, and I jump out of my seat, trying to get a better look at what's happening. Everyone is jostling around, and I can't see for the amount of feet around him. The door is still open, and more guards filter in before the guard screams again, falling to one knee, and the people around him start screaming and shouting. One of the guards on my side of the glass stands to attention. All prisoners line up ready to go back to lockdown now, he barks. Amy looks up to me, her arms wrapped tightly around Ben. My heart thumps. I don't want to leave them while all this is going on. Ben cries louder, and Amy stands up and rocks him on her hip, her phone forgotten as she watches what's happening at the far end of the room. I can't see anything, just people pushing and shoving and shouting. Blood suddenly sprays up into the air, coating the closest people in it, and everyone screams in unison and starts to push for the door. The guards push the visitors back and try to close the door behind them, but the one that's closest suddenly falls from sight. The only thing left of him is his long, drawn-out scream. A hand touches my shoulder, and I instinctively turn and swing at whoever it is. It's one of the guards, and he stumbles backwards as the full force of my fist connects with his nose, sending a spray of blood everywhere. The other guards charge me, and I see rather than hear Amy screaming and shouting at me to calm down, even as she looks fearfully on at whatever's happening over there. I shrug the guards off, swinging at them, putting one to the ground and another flailing against the opposite wall. The guard with the broken nose, Pete I think his name is, pulls out his baton, and as the other guards get back up, they pull out theirs too. I turn to look at Amy, panting out of both exertion and fear, and see fighting has broken out on her side too. She backs away from the glass, moving toward the far wall, clutching Ben to her chest as a mob of angry people moves toward her and the other visitors. The alarm blares. More guards move into the room, and the angry visitors stumble forward. One of the women who's dressed like a whore clutches her teenage son in front of her, even as a bloodied guard reaches for him with both hands and drags him to the floor before sinking his face into the boy's neck. I yell and shout out, pulling myself free from the guard's grip as they see what's happening. I charge at the glass, banging it with my fists as the teenage boy kicks out at the bloodied guard, screaming for his mom. She stands, staring, jaw slack, eyes watering, and body unmoving. "Help him! Somebody help him!" I shout and bang on the glass again. Some people have made it out of the room, and I can now see the full extent of whatever's going on. A man's body lies on the floor, a huge crater where his stomach should be. Intestines and blood have spilled out of the hole, and another man is gorging on him, diving hands first into the other man's insides and pulling out whatever he can grab before shoveling it into his waiting mouth. Two other bodies lie prone on the floor, unmoving and pale. The guards behind me start shouting again for me to move, dragging me backwards and away from the window, away from Amy and Ben. I resist until they use the batons on me, beating me across the backs of my legs until I collapse to my knees, and they slap cuffs on me. "Get up, now!" one bellows. "We gotta get these prisoners out of here," the other guard shouts above the alarm. I finally notice that the other prisoners are going as crazy as I am, and more guards have come in to try and help out, but they seem to be as transfixed by the horror in the visiting room as the rest of us. The bloodied guard stands back up, a trail of sinew hanging from his lower jaw. The kid is whimpering and unmoving as blood pumps out of him, and the guard trips on his body before lurching forward for the others. Movement to my right catches my attention, and when I look, a greater horror than I have ever witnessed shows itself. The people on the floor are getting back up. With cloudy gray eyes and bloody wounds, they start to lurch forward. They open their mouths, and I assume they're growling. But from my side of the glass, they're silent. "We need armed guards. I repeat, armed guards. Now!" A guard bellows into his walkie-talkie. 3. I look at Amy. She's screaming my name, grasping Ben to her and crying as the things move toward her. She wants to run, but there's nowhere for her to go. The guards finally take control of the other prisoners, putting them in cuffs and dragging them from the room. I'm the last to be taken, with Pete's shaky voice in my ear. "The sooner I get you secure, the sooner I can go and help them." He tugs on me again. "Please, if you want to help her, I need to secure you," he shouts, pulling me closer to the door as the bloodied guard on the other side of the glass reaches for another person. My last sight before I leave the room is more guards running into the room with batons raised. After that, I'm in the hallway,
and suddenly my feet are moving, and I'm running with Pete to guard so he can secure me and get back to help Amy and Ben. Another alarm sounds, and the lights go off, making the prisoners scream and shout before red emergency lights take over. Everyone is shouting and screaming. Guards are fighting with prisoners. The prisoners are taking the opportunity to riot without realizing that this is something really serious. We stand at one of the metal doors as Pete pounds on it with his fist and stands back, waiting for it to be opened. The screaming is getting louder, and sweat trickles down the side of his face. He pounds on it again, speaking into his walkie-talkie, but no one replies. It takes every ounce of control not to lose it again. My body is trembling with contained anger and fear, my muscles twitching to punch him and run back to the room and help Amy. The door still hasn't opened, and all I can think about is Amy and Ben and that guard reaching for them. I look at the handrail, and then back to Pete. "Cuff me to the rail and go," I bellow over the noise. He looks at the rail and back to me. "I can't do that. It's against protocol," he says, his voice shaking. "People are killing each other back there. Cuff me to the rail before I flip the fuck out and break your neck. They need your help. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right here." I hold out my arms to him. He looks uncertain, and I shake my arms at him. He takes them and cuffs me to the rail, pursing his lips at me and still looking uncomfortable. I rattle the cuffs. "Not going anywhere. Go and help my girlfriend and son, please," I beg. He nods and runs back the way we just came, exiting through a door and slamming it closed behind him. No one electronically locks it, though, and it swings back open. I look around me, checking over the side of the rail, and see prisoners going crazy in the cells, blood trailing walls and floors. Guards are running back and forth between rooms, locking as many doors as possible. I look back at the door I came through, feeling high on adrenaline. I watch all around me as the alarm continues to blare, but the screaming and shouting begin to die off. I breathe a sigh of relief that it might all be coming to an end, and pray that Amy and Ben are okay. I don't know how long I've been waiting, but my legs and back are aching, and my head is throbbing with pain from stress and from the batons earlier. The alarm is still blaring loudly, the red lights casting an eerie glow everywhere. Shadows dance around me, but when I turn to look, there's nothing there. My jaw aches from grinding my teeth in anxiety. I look back over the railing. Nothing is moving down there now. No guards, no prisoners. Nothing. But the blood I can see. I look back out the doorway and see a shadow approaching, and I pray that it's Pete or someone else who can tell me if Amy and Ben are okay. Whoever it is walks cautiously, and I take a breath to shout hello, just as the alarm cuts out and makes me pause. I try to focus on whoever it is, but the red lights make it too difficult. Finally, the person steps under a red emergency light and I see it's Pete. But he's covered in blood. His eyes meet mine as he slides along the wall clutching his side, leaving a trail of red along the floor and wall. He coughs, expelling blood in front of him. "Pete," I ask, but I know it's him. "You okay?" My eyes narrow as he gets closer, blood dripping off his chin as he coughs and brings up more of it. He shakes his head no, his other hand fumbling for the keys at his waist, attempting to pull the ring of keys from his belt. "Where's Amy? What about Ben? Are they okay?" I ask, choking on my words, fear trickling down my spine. Pete shakes his head, still stumbling toward me. His hand finally frees the key loop from his waist, and he holds them out to me. He gets to within 15 feet and stops, his shoulders hunching as he coughs again, and then drops to his knees. He looks up to me, choking on more blood, and then falls face first to the floor. I flinch, a shiver running down my back. "Hello? Is anybody there?" I shout loudly, looking up into the security cameras. "He needs help. Somebody come and help him." I pull on my cuffs, but it's pointless. I scan the ground, seeing the keys have slid along the floor closer to me, and I slide down to my ass, stretching out my legs to reach them. My shoe touches the tip, but they're too far away. I slide as low as I can, feeling the metal cuffs digging into my flesh as I stretch and pull to get closer to the keys. I yell out in frustration as my shoe touches them again, clinking them until I can get the toe of my shoe over the top of the ring. And slowly, centimeter by agonizing centimeter, I drag them closer to me. I look up at my wrists as blood trickles down from the scores the cuffs have dug into my skin. The blood trails down to my elbow and into my armpit. I look back at the keys, my muscles burning with the strain, and see Pete look up at me. He growls, his eyes cloudy and his lips turned up in a snarl. I pause, frozen to the spot, until he pulls one hand out from under himself and then the other, and begins to crawl along the floor toward me. I tap my shoe on top of the keys again, dragging them closer until they're within arm's reach. But my arms are cuffed to the railing, and I can't reach for them. "Shit!" I shout in frustration as Pete draws closer. His face nears my feet, and his hand reaches for my foot as he opens his mouth wide. I kick out at him, catching him in the jaw, feeling his teeth dig into my shoe. His head snaps backwards, but he's on me again before I can do anything, his hands clawing up my legs, his mouth going wide again to take a bite out of my calf. I scream and shout, bucking my body to get him off me, until his feet end up back near my shoes, and I kick and kick at him. He comes forward, and every time he does, I kick him again until his face turns to a bloody, pulpy mess and drenches the floor with his blood. He gurgles and growls, but he's slowing down, and as he reaches for me again, I clasp his head between my feet and buck my body, essentially smashing his head against the ground. I repeat the action, even as his fingers claw at me, digging into my calf muscle and beginning to pull it apart. Burning hot and cold run down my leg, and I scream and smash his head again, my grip loosening with the pain. He looks up at me, making a strange moaning sound, and I slam my foot into his face, smashing his nose to the back of his head. He stops, and then drops to the ground for the second time today. But I have a feeling he won't be coming back from this. I pull my legs up to my chest, and I stand up on shaking and tired feet, staring up into the camera. "Somebody help us," I plead. 4. The blood congeals around my feet, and I try to step away from the ever-growing puddle, but I can't. Eventually, the browny-red liquid pools under my feet. I can't see the keys anymore, and I presume they're underneath Pete or whatever that thing was. It sure didn't seem like the God I knew. We were never on a first-name basis. I only knew his from overhearing other gods. But he was one of the good ones for sure. Well, he wasn't as big of an asshole as some of the others, and he sure as hell didn't deserve the end he just got. The security camera light continues to blink at me. I know it's on and recording, and I know there should be someone watching. But the fact that no one has come leaves me feeling uncomfortable and wondering if there actually is anyone there. It seems unlikely that they would let me kick a man to death and not do anything about it. Worse still, I realize I don't feel bad about it. My only thought is to get out of these cuffs so I can go find Amy and Ben. My stomach twists in knots at the thought of them. Jesus, I need to get out of here. I rattle the cuffs again, pain stabbing across my wrists and making them bleed all over again. I try to dislocate my thumb to squeeze my hand out from them, but I can't do it, no matter how much I push on it. I look down below me, still seeing no one, and panic sets in me. They need me. Amy and Ben need me right now, and I'm stuck here. Help me! Somebody help me! I shout as loud as I can, over and over until my throat feels raw. I scoot back down to the floor, sitting in Pete's still warm blood, and slide my legs out until my feet touch his body. I nudge him with my foot, waiting a beat to see if he moves, and when he doesn't, I nudge him again. I repeat the action until I manage to turn his body. It's not fully over, but I can see the keys beneath him, making me feel even more frustrated. I stretch out again, letting the cuffs dig back into my broken skin, barely acknowledging the pain in my eagerness to get the keys. But no matter how much I stretch, I can't quite get my foot on them properly. I try a different tactic and push the body back over onto its front, placing my feet upon his smashed-up head and feeling the crushed bones underneath my feet, and pull the body toward me. I flinch when the head touches my calf, and still for a second as the head gets close to my crotch. He's dead. I know that. But part of me is still waiting for him to move and take out my most sacred body part with it. I shudder. I reach my arm out when his body is as close as I can get it, and grab the scruff of his collar and flip him over. The keys are there, and I grab them up out of the blood, feeling the stickiness dripping over my fingers and hand, and trying not to look at the face. I shudder and stand back up, carefully trying each key until they clink open. I pull my wrist free, wincing at the pain, pocket the keys, and run for the visitor's room, hoping not to bump into anyone along the way. If a guard sees me, he'll put me back in my cell. If any of these sick bastards see me, what? What will they do? I shake my head and keep running, leaving a trail of bloody footprints behind me. I can't think about that right now. The doors to every room are unlocked, and the prison is eerily quiet. I'd like to think that things were a little weird, but that would be a massive understatement. Things are more than weird. Things are completely fucked. I reach the visitor's room, or the prisoner's side of it anyway, since I have no idea how to get to the visiting side, and slowly turn the handle. The room is dark, the only light coming from the small windows at the top of the wall on the other side of the glass and filtering through to this side. In the murkiness, I hear footsteps, and I force my eyes to try and focus on where the sound is coming from. Bodies litter the floor, both guards and prisoners from what I can tell, and there's blood spray on the walls and glass windows. The room on the other side is quiet. Too quiet. And I pray that it's because everyone got out. I step cautiously into the room, a sound coming from my left making me jump, and I hit out at someone. They don't cry out or shout like a normal person would, but growl and reach for me again, and I realize it must be one of the sick. Stepping back from it, I finally focus on its face, or what's left of it, and just as quickly scan the floor for a weapon. Seeing a guard in a heap on the floor, a baton still clutched in his bloody and unmoving fingers, I reach down and pry it from his grip, still avoiding the growling man who keeps coming for me. I kick out at him and send him flying across the room, but he doesn't seem bothered and begins to climb back up to his feet. I recognize him as Andrew Collins. I can't remember what he was in for. I'm sure he told me once, but I was never interested in making friends in here, and I paid no attention. But I recognize his face, or rather his deep scar which runs from the top of his forehead down to his ear, as if whoever did it had wanted to peel his face off. "Stay back, Andrew," I say, my voice full of as much menace as I can muster. My intent is clear as I swing the baton in front of his face, intentionally missing him only by millimeters. But he doesn't care. He doesn't flinch, and he doesn't even try to grab the bat from me, but continues to move forward as if uncaring or unseeing of it. I trip over another body on the floor. It murmurs in response, but whoever it is doesn't get up, and I can't look away from Andrew to see who it is. I just hope it isn't another one of these things. Andrew steps closer again, and I swing and hit him in the shoulder, but again he doesn't flinch, doesn't recognize any sort of pain. It's his turn to stumble over the bodies on the floor now. And as he tries on his hands and knees to get back up, I grit my teeth and swing, striking him across the back of the head. He slumps to the floor, and then tries to regain himself and push back up with another growl. I swing harder this time, using the baton much like a club, as I hit him over and over until I feel it sink into his skull and blood spray up around me. I gag and stagger away, pulling the baton out of his now concave head, listening to that sucking sound as it comes unstuck, and gag again. Choking and coughing on the vomit that makes its way up, I turn and face the viewing window. My eyes take a moment to focus on the carnage within the room. The floor is littered with bodies, some moving, others not, but the horrifying thing is what I've known I would see all along. The mobile ones are eating the immobile ones, scooping up body parts and intestines and shoving them into their mouths. The door is shut on that side, locking everyone in. If anyone had been alive, they would have been trapped in that room. My eyes scan each body, trying to find any sign of Amy or Ben, hoping that I won't. And as a satisfied look begins to cross my face, fate steps in and sucker-punches me when I finally see a portion of Amy's pink, flowery skirt. Just a small strip of fabric. I press myself to the window and yell out a no, hitting my fists against the thickened glass and attracting the attention of one of the sick, or whatever the fuck they are, on the other side. He's a guard, and as he stands and staggers toward me, relinquishing the body he was pulling apart and baring his bloody teeth at me, I see that the body is Amy. I sag against the glass, anguish and anger rising inside of me in equal measures. The guard hits the glass with the bloody stump, where his hand should be, and growls again, smearing the glass with blood and alerting another one of the sick, the woman dressed like a whore. The woman who let her own son be attacked by one of these people. I grimace, my eyes trying to see past them to find Ben. I run from window to window looking and praying until I see him. My boy. A small bundle of moving, graying flesh writhing on the floor amid bloodied parts. His eyes are white and unfocused. His once perfect pink little lips speckled with blood, with something meaty pressed between them. My shoulders drop, my heart sinking into a black abyss as I slide to the floor, turning my eyes away from the sight of my son. I clutch a hand to my chest, the pain drilling holes into my very soul. I sob, wallowing, self-pitying tears thundering down my face as the pain makes the room spin. My head falls into my hands, the ground swallowing me up as my body slumps to the cold concrete floor. I blink. My eyelids sticken as I slowly pry them open. Slowly. The room is pitch black, and I struggle to make sense of where I am. For a minute, I think I'm back in my cell, Jason snoring loudly like he does, and I ready myself to tell him to shut the hell up. But then I pause, realizing that something isn't right, and I'm not on my hard-as-hell mattress. My head throbs in pain, and I try to sit up. The image of my son comes to the foreground, and I cry out involuntarily. Movement somewhere in the room makes me pause, and I hold my breath, willing my eyes to widen as much as they can. It must be night out, because I can't see a damn thing. There's no daylight shining through now, the only light being the small red emergency lights. I focus on the pile of bodies near the door, watching and waiting until I see it move. My hands search the ground for the baton I had earlier, finding nothing but sticky wetness for my effort. I know it's blood, and I try to ignore it as I continue to stare at the moving pile. I finally grip it, holding it to my chest, and try to decide what I should do next. Help. The voice is quiet, but I hear it. A cough and splutter in the darkness, and then again. Help me. I don't recognize the voice. It could be a prisoner. It could be a guard. Right now I don't really care, to be honest. I just want things to go back to normal. Whatever normal may be. Who's there? I ask quietly. I'm not afraid to die, especially now that I have nothing to live for. Coughing. Help me, Phillips. More coughing. Officer Phillips. I know he paused on the word officer, probably wondering if I'm going to kill him, but then realizing that he's screwed either way, and I'm his only bet of getting out of here alive. I don't recognize his name or his voice, so either he's new here, or he's not from this wing. Are any more of those things in here? I ask, feeling strength returning to my limbs. I need to get up on my feet. I need to get out of here and get to my son. No, I think you killed the last one. I have a flashlight on my belt and a radio, but I can't get to it. He coughs again, sucking in deep breaths to steady himself. I crawl over to him, not wanting to stand and look in that room and see Ben quite yet. I also don't want to attract any more attention from those things. I reach a pile of bodies, but can't make out who's who and what's what. My hand fumbles in the dark, touching and feeling things I don't want to think about. Wet, cold, sticky things. And then teeth. They're unmoving, but the contact with them makes me jump, and I pull my hand back. A hand reaches out and grabs my sleeve, and I punch whatever and whoever it is as hard as I can, scrambling backwards and away from the moving pile. I hear a shout of pain from the guard. "It's me," he cries out, groaning. "Shit," I say and go back to the pile. Sorry. I begin pulling things out of the way, things I don't want my brain to categorize, but it does anyway. An arm, a leg, a body, something long and slimy spilling out and making a wet, sucking sound. A hand reaches out and touches me again, and it takes all my control not to slam my fist into it. "It's me." Phillips's voice again. His fingers squeeze my hand, and I pull him free of the pile, kicking away the rest of whatever was stacked on top of him, and drag him toward the doorway. "What were you doing under all that?" I ask, disgusted. "Hiding in plain sight," he replies. I finally stand, pulling him up with me. He groans loudly, and I chance a look behind at the visitor's room, seeing movement, but thankfully nothing is fully visible. I turn and drag Phillips with me out of the room and into the hallway. I don't realize how much the room stinks of death until I breathe in the cold air of the prison hallway. I take great gulps of it as we stagger together down the hallway silently. I need to get us somewhere safe. I need to get us help. But where is safe in a prison overrun with sick people? And who is still alive to help either of us? 5. I grab the flashlight from his belt and shine it in front of us, lighting our path. I can't see any blood on the ground or walls, thankfully. He leans into me, and I take the brunt of his weight, half dragging him along. "There's a guard station at the end of this hallway. We can go through." Cough, splutter. "There, and get to the control room." He groans. "Seems like as good a plan as any. From the control room we can check out the rest of the prison, see if anyone else is alive, and try to call for help." As we stagger down the corridor, he continues to stumble, but I keep him upright, his head propped on my shoulder. "I've got you, man," I say repeatedly to him. We reach the room, and I lean him against the wall and take the set of keys he hands me. He holds out a small electronic key card to scan across the door, and my heart stops when I flash it in front of the box, and it lights up red. "Wipe it." Cough, splutter. "Clean. The scanner ain't so good." He takes a deep breath. I can tell he's still bleeding, but the corridors are too dark to see where from. I wipe the keycard across my pants and curse. My pants are covered in both wet and dried blood. I rub it across the front of my shirt and try it again, this time getting a satisfying click and a green light for my reward, and I hear the locks in the door sliding out of place. At least I know that the electricity is still on in some parts of the prison. I grab Phillips and lean him against me again. "Come on, man. You can sit your lazy ass down in here." He laughs as I push open the door, both of us feeling temporarily blinded by the lights as hands grab me, pulling Phillips free from my grip, and shouting ensues. "Down, down, down!" A Remington shotgun is thrust into my face, and I throw myself to the ground, hands behind my head without question. These guards aren't from the immediate prison, judging by their get-up, and the only reason they would be inside with shotguns is because the exterior of the prison has been breached. They won't take any fucking around and arguing, no matter that I just saved their friend here. The end of the shotgun is pressed painfully into my back, but I don't take any notice of it as I press my face to the cold floor. Phillips speaks up on my account. "He's okay, boys." "Like fuck he is. He's a prisoner. Slap some cuffs on him." I hear the sound of metal and someone grabs my wrists. However, there's not a chance in hell I'm going back in cuffs at a time like this, and I struggle on the floor, eventually flipping the guy off me, even as I hear a round being pumped into the chamber. "Stay down." "Get off me." I roar and dive up, hands still behind my head to show I'm not a threat. Those things will rip me apart if I'm in cuffs, I shout into a guard's angry face. Several guns in varying sizes are pointed at me now, ranging from Remington shotguns to Glock semi-automatic 9mm. No one is listening to me. Every set of eyes is on the same man that's screaming at me to get down. And I'm half inclined to get back down, until I realize that I'd rather be blown apart than get eaten by one of those things. No, I shout, hands still behind my head. The closest guard reaches for me, getting close enough for me to reach out and get a grip on his gun. We wrestle, and the sounds inside the small room rise even more as we fight over the weapon. Someone's gun discharges, and I feel the round bounce off the metal door behind me, heat shooting past my leg. But still I refuse to let go of the gun. We grunt and claw at the weapon, stumbling around until I'm backed into a corner. Get off the gun now! The Remington is shoved harshly against my forehead, pressing against my skin hard enough that I know there'll be a small mark left when he removes it. Or I will blow your fucking brains out. I release the weapon, and the shotgun owner smashes his weapon across my head, sending me to the floor. For the second time today, I see black before passing out. I'm telling you, he could be useful to have around. A voice across the room rouses me. He's a prisoner, Phillips. He seems like a stand-up guy. He could have left me under a pile of rotting bodies. Hell, he could have killed me himself, but he didn't. So I'm not saying we can trust him, or to give him a gun. Phillips sighs. Look, I know I'm new here, but from what I read, it was a case of his attorney doing a shitty job in the first place. This guy was just trying to protect his girlfriend. I flinch at the thought of Amy and groan, rolling onto my side and opening my eyes. The three men, plus Phillips, are sitting at a small, shabby-looking desk, weapons on the table in front of them. They turn to look at me as I struggle to focus, or I pretend to focus. In my head, I'm counting weapons, checking their uniforms over, and assessing the situation. The conclusion I come to isn't a good one, but I've had a crappy day so far, and I'm not about to go down without a fight. I see the Remington shotgun that I got to meet up close and personal, and at least two more of them, a couple of what look like Glock 9mm, an M16, or it could be an AR-16, from what I can see, but I can't tell without getting a closer look. No matter how hard I squint, I can't tell what the third guy has at the other side of the table. There's a pile of various ammunition in the center of the table, too. It seems I'm both lucky and cursed to have stumbled upon these guys. That true? Asks the guy who seems to be calling the shots. I nod and push myself up the wall so I'm sitting rather than lying down. The room spins, and I take a deep breath. Nothing else to add to what Phillips is saying about you, then? He nods across the table to Phillips, who I see has a bandage wrapped tightly around his middle. He looks pale and shaky, but he's alive. What do you want to hear? I ask bitterly, not really wanting to relive the past year for anyone, but feeling like I have no choice. I was off serving my country. I came home on leave to surprise my girlfriend and baby boy. She was out at work, and I went to meet her when her shift was over. She was late. I waited. I swallow, nausea rising at the thought of that night. I waited too long. I shake my head and look at the floor, feeling the cuffs digging into my swollen wrist again.
She worked for a small manufacturing firm. Visitors weren't allowed inside, but after waiting for 20 minutes after her shift should have finished, I decided to go look for her. I looked back up at them. Her manager was inside raping her. When he heard me, he rolled off her, pulled up his pants, and said, "What? The bitch has been cock-teasing me for weeks. She wanted it." And then he laughed. He obviously didn't know who I was. My Amy was in floods of tears, blood across her mouth where he'd hit her, and I saw red. I say between clenched teeth. I chased him out of the building, caught him, and beat him into the ground. I only stopped when the police showed up. I don't remember grabbing the tire iron, but to be honest, I wouldn't change a thing about what I did that night. My thoughts stray to my boy and what he has become in the visitor's room, to Amy lying in a puddle of her own blood, her lifeless eyes staring up at me, and I choke on a sob. Or maybe I would if I'd known this was going to happen. There's silence in the room. No one saying anything. Just the deathly silence of 5 men faced with an uncertain, immediate future and thinking on a grim past. The guy in charge stands up and comes toward me. He crouches down in front of me, looking into my face. He's in his mid-40s, hard-looking, with cold gray eyes. He pulls keys from his pocket, and I lean forward so he can uncuff me. I rub at my wrists and nod a thank you. I think any one of us would have done the same, but know this. I'm not giving you a weapon. I may hold sympathy for you, but I'm not an asshole, and I'm certainly not a stupid asshole that would give a prisoner a loaded gun. If you try anything at all, I will kill you. You got that? I nod an okay, just happy to be out of the cuffs for now. Now, I just need to figure out what the hell has happened. 6. I pull up a chair and sit with them around the table, my eyes bulging at the ammunition they have. "I'm Lance," says the one in charge, before pointing across the table to a shorter-looking guy with a shaved head. "That's Marcus." He points to the third man on their team, a Latino 30-something. "That's Isaac. You know Phillips. His first name is—" Phillips leans across to me, arm outstretched. "I'm Aaron, and I want to thank you for helping me back there." He shakes my hand vigorously, a thin smile spreading across his face. "You more than likely saved my life." I frown, but then smile. "It's not a problem. Well, I'm J.D. And now does someone want to tell me what the hell happened here?" Isaac laughs, but it's not humorous. It's dark. "This isn't just here. This is everywhere." I frown. "So what is this?" Isaac glances across at Lance, and they exchange a look. "What?" I ask, getting frustrated. Isaac here has a theory. Personally, I think it's fucking ridiculous, but... He pauses before continuing. "I've seen a lot of things in my time, but this, what I saw here today, I've never seen anything like this, so I'm having a hard time refuting what he's saying, to be honest." I look back to Isaac. "So?" "It's the end of days," Isaac says even more darkly than before. His brown eyes stare at me, daring me to question him on it. "The end of days," I repeat. I look at everyone else around the table in confusion. "Are you fucking serious?" My thoughts stray back to my son, and a wave of grief hits me like a bullet to the heart. Hell, I'd happily take a bullet right now to bring him back to me. Yes, I'm serious.
Those things out there are eating people. They came from nowhere, walking into the prison like it was a church meeting. He makes the sign of the cross on his chest and continues. First they start coughing up blood. Then they seize. Then they die. Give it a minute or two, and those motherfuckers wake back up ready to eat your sorry ass. His words are animated, and he stands and paces the room. We had no chance to stop then. They were inside. We locked them in with us. He waves his Glock around like it's nothing. They were in visiting rooms, meeting rooms. Some of our own guards was sick and coming down with it. Isaac puts his gun down and cracks his knuckles one after another. Lance notices. Settle down. We need to keep calm heads right now, and you freaking out ain't helping. He looks at me, and I tense in my chair. It started in the visiting room, we think. Protocol wasn't followed, a stupid error. Help was called for, and the prison went on lockdown. The guards who had been injured went to get first aid. Other guards went in to calm down the situation. He breathes out a heavy sigh. One after one they were dying, and coming back, and then attacking again. Someone in all their brilliance left that damn door open, and more got into the prison. It's Lance's turn to stand and pace now, and I shift in my chair, still confused as to how it all got so fucked up so quickly. Aaron takes over from Lance. It wasn't just in the non-contact rooms. It was in the general population visits, too. Hell, it was everywhere. You would have thought they'd have been able to control it, but it happens so fast. 1 minute, everyone is normal. The next, they're dead. I think it over, remembering what had happened with Amy and Ben, seeing their frightened expressions, not being able to escape, the tears pouring down their faces as Amy begged me to help her. I grit my teeth, anger and pain coursing through me. Prisoners were on their way back to their cells. Medical was so full the doctors said they would make cell calls to check on them. We thought it was just a bite, that they would be okay. But on the way, a couple of them started being sick and passing out. When they came to, they weren't themselves and started attacking everyone. So it's a bite that transmit whatever this is? I ask, cutting in on the story. Marcus shakes his head. He's been quiet up until now, and doesn't look at me when he talks. I have a feeling he's still unsure of me. No, it's death. From what we can tell, that brings it on. The bite is just nasty. It can get infected quickly, but ultimately, it's death itself that ironically brings them back to life. But I crack my knuckles, confused. You said some of the prisoners had been bitten but were okay. How could they just die? The men exchange glances before Lance speaks up. A couple of prisoners thought they could cause a riot, thought it would be okay to start causing trouble. From what we can tell on the cameras, some of the guards took it upon themselves to take the prisoners down. He looks at the table, refusing to look at me as I take in what he's saying. They killed them? The guards? I ask, exasperated. They were scared. This wasn't part of their training. They had no guns to defend themselves with, just their batons. And they had just seen some of their co-workers torn apart by these monsters. When the prisoners started freaking out and trying to rile everyone up, they panicked, I guess. He shrugs and takes another heavy breath. Look, I'm not saying what they did was right. I'm just saying I can understand why they panicked. I stand and walk around the room, taking my turn on the pacing circuit. They killed them. I ask angrily. They were supposed to protect them. Marcus comes forward, his chin stuck out. He's my height and built like a bulldog. However, he's still smaller than me, and Remington and his hands are not. I stand tall and proud on my convictions. You got a problem with that, prisoner? We can always put you back in cuffs. Or maybe you want to go back to your cell. He bellows into my face. We shouldn't even have to protect scum like you. I grab his shirt in both hands, and as he tries to pull back from my grip, I hook my leg around the back of his and slam his back against the ground. I climb on top of him, holding his weapon still along the length of his body as my forehead presses against his. I do have a fucking problem with that, actually. I shout into his face as he tries to flip me off of him. A pair of hands drags me off Marcus's body. He jumps to his feet, raising his weapon at me. I will end you. He bellows at me again, his eyes flashing with hatred. Isaac stands between us, separating us even more. Calm down, both of you. I look at Isaac. And what about you? You're a tower guard. You have a weapon. Where were you when the shit was going down? I shrug out of Aaron's hold and turn to look at them all, my gaze focusing in on Lance. What about you? It was too late by the time we got in. It had spread too far, too many were infected. We only just managed to get in here in time. I look at the pile of ammunition and guns on the table. That doesn't make any sense. Look at the gear you have. You could take down a small army with that. Lance looks at the table. This is what we've taken off the dead bodies after we had to kill them. For real this time. No coming back from what we had to do. Oh, I say, stumped. So what now? Lance looks at his colleagues and then back to me. I honestly don't know. From what we've heard on the radio, this thing is going on everywhere in the country. We want to get out of here and help out where we can. But there are prisoners in here that are still alive. We can't just leave them all to die. Shit. How many are left? I ask. It's only a small prison, but it still houses some serious prisoners. About 40 from what we can tell on the cameras. Aaron says. It's what we do with them afterwards that has me more worried. I don't like saying this, but I think we need to take back this prison and stay here to keep them safe. Some of the prisoners have been well behaved considering everything that's gone on. Maybe they're just grateful to be alive. Or maybe they've seen some of the other inmates that were sick get blown away by the guards. I guess I can't say that I trust any of them. But at least they aren't stirring shit up and making this job even harder. Even if they were, we can't just leave them to die. I say. That makes sense. Even if I hate the idea of protecting these scum. Aaron offers a weak smile. Present company accepted, of course. I smile. Not a big shit-eating smile, but a grin that flits across my face. In another life, maybe I would have been friends with this guy. However, in this lifetime I'm a prisoner and he's a guard. And when this is all over, I'll still be a prisoner, and he'll still be a guard. No matter what we go through together and what happens, these are the cold, hard facts. Along with the fact that my son and girlfriend will still be dead. I think of little Ben, still writhing in the blood of that man, and shudder. What's up? Isaac asks. My son. I say quietly.
He's one of them now. I look up at Isaac as he makes the sign of a cross on his chest and says something I don't understand. He's a zombie. I grimace at the word coming out of my mouth. Someone had to say it first. Might as well be me, I guess. I need to. A tear trails out of my eye, and I rub it away haphazardly. I need to put him at peace. It's the best way I can think of describing what I need to do. I'll do it, Lance says. No, I need to do this. He's my son. I swallow loudly, but thanks. So where is he? Aaron asks. He's in the non-contact visiting room. Are you sure you want to do? Isaac starts to say before I cut him off. Yes, I'm sure. That is not my son in there, not anymore. I need to end this so he can be with his mother. I shake my head sadly. Isaac puts a hand on my shoulder to offer some sort of comfort, and I nod a thanks, but I know that nothing will ever be able to comfort me again. Whatever happens after today, the man I am will change forever. I can't remain the same. Not after what I've seen, and not after what I have to do. 7. I smash the baton into the zombie's head, using all of my strength to try and kill it in one hit. But the skull is a tough son of a bitch, and it takes 3 blows for me to get through to the brain, destroy it, and put this thing out of both its and my misery. 12 down, many more to go. I stand and look around, seeing Lance and Aaron finishing off their guys with their Glocks. Assholes have it easy. They still don't trust me with a gun. I guess I can't really blame them, but my arms are getting tired. I flex my fingers on the baton, rolling my shoulders as another one of the dead lurches forward, saliva and blood trailing out of its mouth and down its chin before dripping onto the floor. Its foggy white eyes follow me as I step to the side and away from the zombie I just killed. Out of the way, J.D., Lance calls. I do as he says, and he puts a bullet into its skull. It falls where it stands, and I lean against the wall to catch my breath. Lance comes and pats me on the shoulder, and I nod a thanks. He looks at the Glock in his hand before reluctantly offering it to me. I lift an eyebrow at him in question. After what we heard earlier, I don't think anything but survival matters much to anyone anymore. He pulls out a couple of spare magazines, and I take the Glock from him and pocket the extra ammo. Thank you, I say. There's no need to say any more. We're both men of very little words anyway. He looks me in the eye. Know this, though. If I think for a second that I can't trust you or that you might put any of my men in harm's way, I'll kill you myself. I grind my jaw. I won't. He nods and pulls out another gun for himself, a Springfield XD from what I can see, before he walks away. He waves to the security camera overhead, and the metal door buzzes and unlocks. Aaron stands to one side of it, and both Lance and I raise our weapons, ready to shoot anything that comes through the door when Aaron opens it. On the count of 3, Aaron swings the door all the way open, and we charge in. But there's nothing in the immediate vicinity. No zombies and no living. My heart thumps in my chest, my muscles twitching to pull the trigger and finally shoot one of these fuckers between the eyes. It's been too long since I fired a gun,
but my muscle memory is there, ready and waiting for me. We pass each cell, checking carefully inside for any living and any dead. Mostly it's just blood and gore, and some bones picked clean. The strangest thing is that it doesn't seem to faze me right now. Half of the fear I felt before was for Amy and Ben, and because I had no clue what was going on. I felt like an unarmed soldier going into battle without any knowledge of the area or who the enemy actually was, and all the while having the two most precious things in the world with me. Without them, and a gun in my hand, I feel no fear. The only concern I have is to help these men survive. That's my training, and is as instinctual as breathing, even if I haven't been welcomed with open arms by every one of them in the group. We have managed to get some prisoners out from solitary and lock them down in cells, and another 10 or so from Adzeg. It was a battle to convince everyone to get these guys, but for me, it wasn't a choice. These are bad men, but I won't leave anyone to rot. But back to what we heard on the radio. At first, nothing. Static. Plain and simple. But as we tuned to different stations, we finally heard news of other attacks happening all over the country. The world has gone insane. The dead have risen and have killed some of the most important people in the country. City after city is fallen. Death is closing in on everyone. A growl up ahead brings me out of my thoughts. We hear it again, coming from one of the cells. We speed up, checking inside each cell on the way with greater speed. As we reach the cell in question, a guard steps out, clutching a hand to his neck. Blood spurts from between his fingers. He turns and sees us, relief washing over him. "Thank God!" he yells. A zombie in a prisoner's uniform steps out of the cell in front of him. It shambles toward him, arms reaching, teeth snapping. I whistle to get its attention, and it glances in my direction. I pull the trigger, feeling the force up my arms and shoulders and hearing the bang smack as the bullet penetrates his chest. I fire once more, raising my aim a little higher, and this time I hit him in the head. The guard runs over to us, blood still pumping, eyes wide and face pale. He smiles and goes to speak, but Lance puts a bullet in his head before he can utter any words. I don't flinch, though I do feel remorse for this man. He was too badly injured to survive anyway, and we all know what happens when you die now. Perhaps he even had a better way out of this world. Maybe we saved him the agony of a slow death and reanimation. I hope so. Lance grabs the scruff of the dead man's clothes and drags the body out of the way, and we continue down the row, checking each cell as we go. The day so far has been spent clearing out parts of the prison, both of zombies and of prisoners. We've managed to contain the living prisoners in a cleared-out wing and have locked them inside. However, we're still unsure of what to do with them, especially since many of these prisoners, under normal circumstances, wouldn't be housed together. We clear 2 more rows like the previous, finding another guard and 2 more prisoners, all unarmed. The guard doesn't take too kindly to me having a gun and voices his feelings, but Aaron shuts him down right away. I make a mental note that there are now 2 people who don't trust me and don't want me in the group. 2 I can handle, though. I realize, as we're moving around the prison, how fucking lucky I was that I didn't encounter more of the dead before finding Aaron and getting us to safety. These things are everywhere. Or perhaps more people are dying and turning now, which leads to the question, what is making them turn? Death, yeah. But why now? What's bringing them back all of a sudden? My gut is gnawing at me as we arrive at the civilian visiting room. I know there's at least one zombie in there to contend with, not including my own son. Though what harm can a gummy baby boy really do to a grown man? At that thought, I promptly stop and heave, forcibly throwing out the contents of my stomach until I can catch my breath. I crouch on the ground, my mouth hanging agape, letting the spit trail out as tears build in my eyes again. I catch my breath, wipe my face with the sleeve of my shirt, and look up. All 3 men are looking at me. I can tell that they're wondering if I'm about to change, not just from their concerned expressions, but by the amount of guns aimed at me. I wave them away. I'm okay. It's just... I gesture to the door. He's in there. Aaron looks at Lance and they both nod and lower their weapons. We can do this for you, Aaron offers. I shake my head. No, he's my son. I stand back up and take another calming breath and continue walking. As we reach the door, I tell them what I remember from being inside. There could be more, but I only remember one. He was at the back of the room, but obviously he could be anywhere now. Ben, my son, was near the door. Do not touch him, I warn. They nod and open the door, and I wait as shots sound out, echoing loudly in the small space. A minute or two passes, and Aaron comes out. Tears trail down his cheeks, and his hand touches my shoulder. I look at him in confusion. You never said he was a baby. He shakes his head and walks to the balcony to look down. I gulp almost comically loud, but nothing is funny at this moment. I step into the room, the stench of death clinging in the air, and look up as Lance comes toward me. I see the same pity on his face that had been on Aaron's. He doesn't say anything, though, but walks on by me. I listen to the murmuring in the hallway for a few seconds before finally building up the courage to look around the room. Bodies are scattered everywhere, limbs hanging from slack jaws, blood congealed and crusting on the cold, hard floor. My eyes see Amy and I go to her, kneeling by her side as I take her hand and kiss the back of it. I drag a hand over her eyes and close her lids before kissing her forehead. I'm sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. I hear the soft murmur of a child behind me, a small growl mixed in with the mewling sounds only babies make. I turn and see Ben's small body on the floor, his little limbs writhing around in bloody body parts. A sob erupts from me as I move toward him, the sound bringing me to his attention. His once baby blues are now cold and dead as they fix on me, and his little cherub cheeks are encrusted with blood. I see the damage the monster has done to him. One of his little legs from his tiny body is missing. I shrug out of my jacket and drop it over the top of him, trapping his arms underneath it, but leaving his face free. And then I carefully lift him off the floor and away from the death around him. I stare into my son's dead eyes, his small body wriggling in my arms. Tears
sting my eyes as I run a hand through his soft blonde hair, so like his beautiful mother's. His face turns upwards to catch my hand in his mouth. He gums my palm in his mouth, trying to bite through, and I sob louder and pray for his soul. And then I pray for mine, as I pull the jacket over his face and put the muzzle of my pistol to his head. 8. Weeks have turned into months, and there's still no sign of help from anywhere. The radio is silent now, with no news broadcasting from anywhere in the country. Perhaps this thing is even global. I have no idea. All I know is that demons have crawled up from the pits of hell and now freely roam the earth, eating and destroying everything in their wake. Food is becoming scarce, and the surviving prisoners are getting more irate with every passing day. They want out. Twice, prisoners have died interned in their cells, one from an asthma attack and another from an injury he didn't tell anyone about. The bite eventually became infected. The sad thing is, we could have saved him, given him antibiotics or something, if he'd told us. But he was too scared we'd shoot him first and ask questions later. Stupid son of a bitch. We know that we're going to have to leave here. It may be secure, but there's no food. Certainly not enough for the amount of people we have. And parts of the prison are still too overrun to go into. The outside of the prison is swarming with the undead, as if they know that the living are inside. Maybe it's instinctual of them to go toward buildings, or maybe they can sense us. In the months that have passed, we haven't learned a great deal about them, just that the only way to stop them is to destroy the brain. Today is the day that we get out of here. But where we go is another story. I say we just drive. Anywhere has to be better than here, says Andrew, another tower guard. I roll my eyes. That's a damn sure way to get us all killed. Who asked you? He spits back. I've added him to my ever-growing list of guards who will drop me in a heartbeat. I think my tally is at 6 now. That's 3 more than who actually do like me. The odds aren't good. I take a deep breath and bite my tongue. I could lash out, but that's proved unhelpful in previous altercations and does nothing to calm the situation. I look at Lance and he nods. He's right. That's a stupid mistake. We need to find somewhere that's safe, he says. Safer than a prison? Marcus smirks. He's an asshole, but he has a valid point, so I add in another of my 2 cents for what it may be worth. Maybe we could do a food run, send out a group of us to scavenge some supplies, see how the world is holding up and come back. We can't take these prisoners with us. They're too dangerous, and the risk that they could escape is too high. Aaron nods, and when I look at Andrew, he nods too, though his expression is still of grim annoyance at me being here. Maybe we could just leave them to rot, he sneers, to which he receives several glares of annoyance. Fine. So who goes? He asks darkly. I shrug. We could vote, draw straws. Who the fuck really cares? Hell, I'll even volunteer. We'll vote, Aaron says, staring Andrew down. I'm going, I say with a deep frown. So whoever else is going, you'll be teaming with me. You have a problem with that? Then walk away now. I snap. I'm tired of this shit, and I'm tired of keeping the peace. I've more than earned my keep and proved my worth. I don't need
Aaron, or anyone else holding my hand for me. I'll volunteer too. Andrew sneers. I'll go. Marcus volunteers. This is going to be one hell of a journey. I can't help but think, as Danny, another tower guard and enemy, offers to go too. 3 sets of eyes stare me down. It's pathetic, really. I could have killed these guys at any time, but didn't. Yet, I know they'll be gunning for me out there. I decide to make my peace with that fact and prepare myself to run when we hit the outside. I'm no chicken shit, but I also know when I'm outnumbered and outgunned. I'll go too, Aaron says, his eyes catching mine. He obviously has the same thought as me, but I'll be damned if I let him walk to his death. No, 4 of us should do it. I look at the other men, knowing they all intend on leaving me for dead out there. We'll all be back before you know it. And I'll make sure of it, too. The more men that make it back here, the more chance my new friends have of surviving. Despite the fact that I hate these men and can read them like an open book. I'm a man of honor, and I'm willing to sacrifice myself for the greater good. Well, I'm certainly willing to help them get food and then run for my life. We haul ass to a prisoner transport van, a Ford Econoline with no side windows and only small ones on the very back of the doors. It was most likely the one that brought me in here. I can't help but realize grimly. The dead are shambling toward us slowly, their mass a greater threat than their speed. I charge at one using a riot shield as a battering ram and bounce his dead ass away from me. It's times like these that I wish I had tried out for my college football team. Alas, that was many a year ago now. So instead, I think of my army training and aim and fire at another particularly nasty-looking zombie, previously a riot guard, judging by the uniform he's wearing. I miss my mark as it stumbles forward, tripping on its own feet. Marcus is closer to it than I am, and he fires his Remington, spraying the guard's chest with buckshot and sending gore up around him in a cloud of red. The zombie continues to move forward, unhindered by the bullets peppering its bleeding torso, and I take aim and shoot a fraction of a second after it steps, finally hitting my mark and taking it out with a headshot. More surround us as we fumble with the keys to the van, finally getting it open. The gates are wide open, with several burnt-out cars twisted together in a mangle of steel. Human bones are scattered by the pile-up, indicating a possible source of the outbreak. I jump into the cage in the back of the van, along with Danny, and we slam the door shut behind us, sitting along the bench inside the enclosure. It's an eerily familiar feeling being back here, and I wish I'd volunteered to sit up front instead. There's plenty more gunfire coming from the guys up front, though I presume that since Marcus is driving, Andrew is doing most of the shooting. We must pull free of the carnage as the gunfire silences. I can hear the other 2 talking up front, probably planning my death. But I try not to think about what they could be saying, instead aiming to get food for my friends and hopefully still having time to make a run for it before they can put a bullet in my back. I hate being a pussy and running, but there really is no choice. I can't kill them and risk compromising my friends, and I can't put enough trust in them to think that they won't kill me. Just the look that Danny is giving me now indicates his deep hatred for me. Must feel like home being back here, huh? He sneers, as if he read my mind. I lift an eyebrow but don't rise to the bait. Instead, I make use of the time to check my weapon over and reload it,
keeping a cautious eye on him as I do. Though I don't think they'll try anything until after we have supplies to take back with us. Danny takes the hint and does the same, sniggering to himself. Yeah, he's a real funny fucker. Several miles go by with only the occasional sound of gunfire, until we eventually stop and the back doors swing open. Both Danny and I climb out, adjusting to our surroundings. Marcus has brought us to a large Walmart, and I can't help but think it's a bad idea. This is one of the first places other survivors will have headed for. I don't want to presume that the human race would turn on itself so quickly, but history tells me otherwise. That, and there's already a huge pile of burning bodies outside. I presume, hell, I hope, that they're the bodies of the dead and not the living. People turn crazy in times like this, and the last thing we need is to run into a gang of hotheads. I'm just glad that Aaron managed to find me some plain clothes. At least now I'm not running around in a prison-issue jumpsuit covered in blood and gore. That would not look good to potential survivors. "Lock and load, boys," Marcus says with a devilish grin before leading us all to the large double doors. We follow, weapons raised, heartbeats thudding in our chests. I scan the area, seeing only the occasional zombie in the distance, but nothing troubling so far. As we pass the pile of bodies, I'm grateful to see that they were clearly zombies and not humans. I keep my eyes forward as we reach the glass doors and see most of the large shopping carts are piled up in front of them. Several zombies are trapped between the metal, but don't seem to be moving, so I assume that they're already dead. Again, I shake my head. I'll never get used to this shit. "Around the back," Danny whispers. Andrew and Marcus look at each other, and after some unspoken correspondence, Marcus shakes his head no. "The back will be more secure than the front." He gestures to the carts, standing guard, and Andrew and Danny began pulling apart the blockade. "Move it, fucker," Andrew whispers back to me. The situation feels off. There's something unsettling about doing this. But I don't have much choice since there's no other way in, and we need supplies to take back. I lower my gun, careful to keep the others to my front so I can always see them, and begin dismantling the structure piece by piece. We stumble across some of the zombies and, as I figured, they're dead. We make a pathway to the door. The main automatic doors are sealed tight, so Andrew tries a separate side door to the left of the main entrance. He pushes on the handle, but Andrew tries the handle. Of course, it's locked. Andrew raises his pistol and shoots out the lock. The sound is deafening, and we're lucky the glass didn't break. If nothing else, at least everyone inside knows we're coming now. I look behind us, as one by one we enter. More zombies are on their way now, brought by the noise that we're making. With no barricades and no lock, I'm worried about how the hell we'll stop them from getting inside, and am about to voice my concern when Marcus speaks next to me. "Move." I look at him holding up a large shovel. I step out of his way and he threads it through the handlebars. "Should hold them until we need to get out of here," he says as he follows the others into the darkness. I don't feel good about any of this. Not the zombies outside, the people I'm with, and what they're willing to do, or what the hell we might find in here. Regardless, I raise my gun and follow them. We're here, and hopefully I can try and be damage control for these assholes. We only need some supplies, and this place is huge. There should be more than enough to go around, if whoever is here wants to share. 9. The place is quiet and dark, but the smell of burning candles hanging in the air is unmistakable. Someone is hiding here. Someone living. This makes me feel a little better. There aren't zombies inside, or if there were, they're gone now. We move as one unit, checking front, back, and all sides, until we stumble upon what must be the sleeping quarters. Several wooden units have been constructed and placed around in a small circle, with a meeting point of benches in the center of them all, like a small village of garden sheds. Or they were, at one point. Now, they're people's homes. Marcus opens the door of one of them, poking his gun inside and scanning the small room. A mattress is on the floor with sleeping bags on top, and pictures even hang on the walls, making it look like a little hobbit home. Shelves are filled with trinkets and clothes neatly folded, and I try to refrain from smiling, but after everything I've lived through, it's nice to see people making the best of things, making homes for themselves. We move on to the next one, pushing the door open and seeing a more masculine room. The place stinks of sweat and dirt, and I grimace at the mess. Pigs wouldn't live in this shithole. The next couple of homes are also empty and much tidier than that one, but we still haven't seen or heard anyone else. We group in the middle, and I can tell the guys are getting antsy. We should say something, I whisper. They're probably watching us right now, scared of what we might do. Maybe if we let them know we just need supplies and then we'll be on our way, they'll come out. Danny is eyeing up one of the little homes, greed on his face, as he dives into some of the candy stockpiled there. Who says we should leave? He says between mouthfuls. I say we stay here. He shrugs and grabs a candy bar, unwrapping it and stuffing the whole thing in his mouth at once. We have to go back. The others need these supplies. I bite out, irritated. Don't be a total asshole, Danny. Marcus sighs heavily. We don't have to do squat that he says. Danny sneers. But I am getting pissed off at the thought of being watched. He looks around us. Our eyes have adjusted to the dark, but it helps when Andrew lights some of the candles. All right, wherever you are, come out, Marcus shouts. He scans the area with his gun raised, and the others do the same. Marcus tuts and aims his gun at one of the little homes. You have until the count of 5 to come out before I blow holes in this thing. 1, 2, 3. We're coming, a male voice calls out. People slowly start coming out from various hiding spots around the building, melting out of the shadows. Men, women, children. All in all, around 10 people come out, looking frightened, arms raised. 2 children clinging to their mother's skirt. We don't want any trouble, a younger man says. He probably once worked here by the way he's dressed. Take whatever you want. He looks nervous but in control, and he gets points for that alone. We don't want any trouble either. We need supplies. We have hungry people to feed, I say, lowering my weapon. I look at Marcus and Andrew. Marcus is stony-faced, and Andrew seems like a machine with no emotion. Thankfully, Danny lowers his weapon to match mine, and one by one, the people lower their hands. Sure, we can help you with whatever you need. There's more than enough here for everyone, the young man says, offering a small smile. Michael and I will help you load up whatever supplies you need," he adds helpfully. I look at Marcus, who's still quietly watching everyone, and I feel like I'm on the edge of an abyss, waiting to fall off the end. Like he's plotting right now whether to kill them all or not. I hold my gun firm and hold my breath, ready to shoot him if he so much as twitches his weapon at these innocent people. But he seems to come to the decision on his own and puts his gun away. "We have a vehicle out front. We need as much food as you can supply us with," Marcus says. Andrew lowers his weapon, but he doesn't look happy about it. I wonder how the hell this loose cannon got a job as a guard in a prison. "Where are you from?" a blonde woman asks. I know she's armed by the way she's holding herself, and I smile, but I don't let on. Hell, perhaps they're all armed to the teeth. Who cares? As long as everything stays peaceful, this can be over and done with relatively quickly. "We're from Heislow Prison, just north of here. We have a lot of people in there, both prisoners and guards, who need feeding," Marcus says. "Though we couldn't care less whether the prisoners get fed." He looks at me. "They can rot for all we care, but we have to keep things going for now, for when things get back under control." He sneers. The mother with 2 children steps forward. "Do you think things will?" she asks hopefully, a sad desperation in her face. "Get back to normal?" Marcus shrugs, Danny shrugs, and I look away. I think we're all doubtful of things going back to normal now. It's been months now, and we haven't heard anything from anyone about what's going on. Radios are still silent, televisions are still blank, and the phones are empty of any dial tone. Andrew is the one to break the silence that has fallen between our 2 groups. "Well, come on then. We're starving. Let's get something to eat." After eating a meal of canned potatoes and beans cooked on camping stoves, we start to gather supplies. The place is stocked with everything, and we tell them we'll have to come back at some point for more food and supplies. For now, though, we fill large carts with as many non-perishables as possible. Canned food, dried food, and cases of beer. We take bottled water, too, but the beer's what everyone is mostly looking forward to. The prison is well stocked with first aid supplies in the medics wing, so we leave that alone. But we do take some DVDs and books to keep us entertained. It's time to leave, and as we roll the heavy carts to the door, we're met by a small group of zombies that have grouped out front. They're pushing and shoving at each other to get in, but Marcus's shovel handle is holding them for now. The blonde from earlier steps up front. "Wait here." She climbs a tall ladder next to the door, and when she reaches the top, she opens a small window and leans out. A couple of seconds go by and she begins firing into the crowd of dead. One by one they fall, some stepping back to see what the noise is, others continuing their onslaught on the glass doors, regardless of their fallen brethren. "So what? We just stand here holding our dicks while this chick shoots hell out of those fuckers?" Andrew yells. "No point getting our hands dirty." Danny shrugs. Danny is right, but I can see Andrew's point too. In 5 minutes the area directly outside the door is clear enough for us to open it up and step outside. The smell of the rotting dead is vile and hangs in the air like boiled cabbage, stale and sweaty. I help drag the bodies out of the way so we can push the carts out to the van, all of us shooting a couple more of the zombies on our way, and quickly load the things inside. I shake hands with the blonde,
offering up a quick smile and a thank you to her, but get a blank stare in return. It doesn't help that Andrew is leering at her, and has been since he saw her. Fear trickles down my spine for these people, the women in particular. If someone like Andrew is turning into such a dangerous person so quickly, what chance does an average person have of not turning against their own kind? We say our goodbyes, and they head back inside the Walmart, a couple of them lingering around to rebuild their blockade. I want to apologize for that, but we didn't really have much choice in the matter. I climb inside, followed by Danny, worry building in me at the looks they exchange with each other as I do. The time is coming. I check my weapon several times, making sure my ammo is secure in my pockets, and count down the seconds, and then the minutes, timing my exit. I look up at Danny and see him watching me. He doesn't look as sure of himself as he did on the way out, almost like he's not convinced anymore that I'm such a bad guy. But I know it's too late for that. Andrew is gone, and Marcus is on his way. "You think we have enough food to last for a while?" I ask, looking at him, watching both his hands. He shrugs. "I guess so, but we know where to get more now," he says, looking away. I watch his fingers twitch on his weapon, and as I count the 10-mile mark in my head, I dive up and smash the butt of my gun into his temple. He falls to the floor, and I dive on top, holding a hand over his mouth as I hit him again to knock him unconscious. When he's out cold, I tear open some of the boxes and fill my backpack with some of the energy bars. I strap his Remington to my back and take his Glock and ammo too, filling my backpack with it all. The cage door is unlocked, so I open the back doors to the van and prepare to jump out. We're coming out of a small residential area, and I see a dry riverbed to the west and decide to head that way, away from town and possible infestations of the dead. I count to 3, and as the van turns a corner I jump out, rolling to the left and keeping down until the van straightens up and I can't be seen. Then I run. 10. My legs rush through the overgrown foliage until I meet the tree line, and I dart under the cover of the leaves. I check behind me to make sure they aren't following, but don't see anything. If my counting was right, I'm still around 10 miles out from the prison. Plenty of directions I can go from here. I catch my breath and grab one of the bottles of water from my backpack and take a long drink. My ears perking up when I hear a scream. I stop swallowing and listen until I hear it again. I put the bottle away quickly and jog in the direction of the scream, sliding down an embankment until I stumble upon an old storm drain with a small wooden fence collapsed and pulled to one side. The scream sounds again from inside, and I curse but run in regardless. It's hard to work out where the screaming is coming from in such a small space, since it echoes around each and every tunnel. I do notice on my endless twists and turns through the pipes that someone has been living down here. "Please, no! Please!" a woman cries out, and I pick up my pace. I arrive at a clearing deep in the tunnels and find a woman holding back 2 zombies with a large metal trash can lid. There are 3 more on the way to her, so I take out my Glock and aim, taking down the nearest zombie and making her scream even louder. The other 2 turn to give me angry, pasty-faced snarls and begin their slow shamble toward me. My ears are still ringing from the earlier shot, but even so I take aim and shoot the zombie closest to her as she pushes it back with the lid again. I don't get a kill shot this time, but I do hear the distinctive
Bang thwack, like a bullet hitting wet mud, and it takes off part of its face. I shoot again, taking off the back portion of its skull. Clearly, it affects some sort of brain control, as it stumbles long enough for the woman to get away from it and run down another tunnel and away from the zombies. Unfortunately, that leaves me to deal with them, and now 4 zombies head in my direction. I take aim and squeeze the trigger, taking them out one after another, quickly, now that I don't have to worry about hitting her. My ears are ringing, making it hard to hear anything other than the siren going off in my head. A hand touches my shoulder, making me jump and turn to come face to face with another zombie. The thing is too close for me to aim at it with my gun, and it grabs at the front of my clothes, its face millimeters from mine. I punch it in the stomach, my fist breaking through rotting flesh and sinking inside its gut, and I hear the slop of entrails as they fall to the floor. I try to back up, but its fingers score my skin as they dig in, and we stumble backwards as one until the thing is on top of me. I grab its head between my hands to keep its snapping teeth away from my face, the breath of death washing over me and making me want to throw up. I squeeze either side of its skull as hard as I can, feeling the bones move, but the damn thing isn't quite rotten enough for me to crush yet. However, its skin begins to slide away from the bone, much like overripened fruit, and its jaws move closer to me again. The strength these things have always surprises me, but when you don't feel any pain, there's nothing holding you back, I guess. I kick out at it, trying to shake the thing from my body, and as I stare up into its cold, dead eyes, I try to finally make peace with my soul. This is it. This is the end. I grind my teeth, still holding the zombie back, but I know I can't do this for much longer. Its eyes bug out of its skull and the body sags. My arms take the brunt of its weight as I quickly shift the thing off me and to the side. I let it go and jump up, surprised to see the woman I had saved earlier standing there with a fireman's axe in her hands. We stare at each other and then back down to the still twitching body. I find my gun on the floor, pick it up, and put a bullet between its eyes. Ain't no coming back for this fucker. Are you okay? I turn to look at the woman, who only nods at me. Her blue eyes stare back wildly, creating a thunderstorm of emotions. Baby blues. I swallow hard and close my eyes, taking a deep, shuddering breath. Opening my eyes back up, I go into survival mode, checking her over for bite marks. She's shaking as I check her over, but lets me without flinching. You're okay, I say, though whether it offers her any comfort I don't know. But she finds her voice eventually. Thank you, she says with a trembling chin. I shrug like it was no big deal, even though we both know it was. Do you know if there are any more down here? I ask instead. I don't know. She whimpers and edges closer to me. Likely, the thought of more of those things down here putting the fear of hell into her. Let me check it out, I say. She nods and follows closely behind me as I head off to check and clear all the other tunnels. I have a feeling they go on for miles, but either herself or someone else before her has closed off a lot of them, forcing dead ends, for the most part, or tunnels which wind back on themselves. There's an area she's made into a bed, with a little shelf with pictures upon it, and a small collection of food. We find more of the dead stumbling around, and I take them out quickly, my gut clenching when I have to shoot a child zombie with pigtails. But I grit my teeth, and I get the job done, finally securing the area for the woman.
I pick up my backpack and slide it onto my shoulders, reload my gun, and prepare to leave. Her hand reaches out and touches my arm.
Don't leave.
She squeezes her eyes closed, and when she opens them back up, her blue eyes twinkle with unshed tears.
Please don't leave me.
Her chin trembles again. I can't stay here. I gesture around the drains, and I think she takes offense to the idea that I'm turning my nose up at her home. Not here. I point around us again with a small smile. I mean in this town. I don't know whether to trust my instinct and tell her where I'm from, but decide I have nothing to lose in the end. I'm from the prison, and I'm being chased. She gasps, and her hand falls from my arm as she takes a step back. I grimace. I hate that look on her pretty face. It reminds me of Amy's when I was sentenced. I choke on my pain and turn to leave.
Where are you going to go?
She asks quietly. I have no idea, but I can't chance them finding me. I say with a shake of my head. They'll kill me, and I'm not ready to die today. I walk toward the exit. The tunnels all blend into one giant rat maze. But I follow the light and eventually stumble back outside. I readjust my pack and am about to pull the wooden self-made door back in place for her when I see her coming toward me. In the dark, she is a silhouette, but her eyes catch the glare of the sun as it shines in and catches her face, the blue twinkling at me like diamonds. I frown. What? It comes out gruffer than I meant, and she looks offended. Sorry, I huff.
I want to come with you,
she says quietly. No, it's too dangerous. Go back inside.
It's dangerous everywhere. I would have died back there if it wasn't for you, and I'm not ready to die either.
She looks at me sincerely, and her eyes are a torment on my soul.
I don't want to know what you did either. I don't care. There's something about you.
She studies my face.
I just know that I can trust you.
Her hand reaches up to stroke my rough cheek. She's a beautiful woman, no doubt. She reminds me a lot of Amy, which in turn reminds me of Ben. I think of the last time I held him. His little fingers curled around my thumb. His gurgle of appreciation, or hello, who knows what it was. But that day he knew that I would always love him, and I would always protect him. My heart splinters. I didn't, though, did I? He died because of me. I look at the woman again and hold out my hand. My name's J.D. She takes it and offers me a small smile.
I'm Josie.
Well, Josie, you'll be safe with me. Neither of us are going to die today. I say it firmly so she knows that there's no room for mistake in what I'm saying. So long as I live, I'll protect you. She smiles and throws her arms around my neck, whispering a thank you into my ear. I flinch at first, and then hug her back, not realizing until this moment how much I've missed and craved physical contact with someone. The feeling of being wanted and needed burns inside me. The smell of her skin next to mine, it ignites something in me. And I promise her and myself that I won't let anything happen to her. I couldn't protect Amy or Ben, but I'll protect this woman until my dying breath." She laughs and tells me she isn't some feeble woman, but I already know that. She's managed this long out here on her own, and I think we both know that I need this as much as she does. We begin to walk, following the dry riverbed for some way as we talk, finding out about each other. She doesn't ask what I was in prison for, and I don't tell her. With her, Josie, my slate is wiped clean, and I get to start anew. This woman saved me as much as I saved her. And I think she knows it, too. This has been Odium Origins, a Dead Saga novella Part 1, written by Claire C. Riley, narrated by Jack Wallen, Jr. Copyright 2013 by Claire C. Riley. Production copyright 2014